Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told anyone about this. Not even my parents. It's one of those things that sounds crazy when you say it out loud, and as a kid, you just know adults will give you that look, the one that says they're deciding whether you had a bad dream or need to see a doctor. But I know what I saw. I was 8 years old, and it happened in our apartment in St. Petersburg. It was the middle of winter, one of those long, dark winters where the sun gives up around 3 in the afternoon and doesn't come back until you've forgotten what it looks like. Our apartment was in one of those old, solid buildings from the Soviet era. Thick walls, high ceilings, and windows that always had a thin skin of ice on the inside, no matter how high we cranked the radiators. My room was small, just enough space for my bed, a wardrobe that was too big for the room, and a little table where I did my homework. The door to the hallway never closed properly, unless you shoved it hard, and it would creak if you so much as looked at it. That night, it was shut. I remember because I always checked it before I turned off the light. I'd been asleep for a while, I think. It's hard to be sure about time when you're a kid and you wake up in the dead of night. The whole city was quiet, that heavy, snow-muffled silence that feels like the whole world has stopped. I woke up, not from a noise, but from a feeling. It was like that sensation when you know someone is standing behind you, even when you're alone. A prickling on the back of my neck, a tightness in my chest. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, and I remember the first thing I noticed was that the room wasn't dark anymore. It wasn't a light you could explain, not like a car's headlights sweeping across the ceiling or a neighbor's flashlight. This was a glow that came from inside the room itself. A dull, sickly yellow light that seemed to pulse very slowly, like it was breathing. It made the shadows in my room move in ways they shouldn't. The leg of my chair looked like it was stretching, and the reflection in the glass of my framed picture of a cartoon animal seemed to warp and swim. My heart was already hammering against my ribs. I was a kid who was scared of the dark, but this was different. This wasn't a fear of monsters under the bed. This was a cold, solid dread that settled in my stomach like a stone. I didn't want to turn over. I didn't want to see what was making that light. I pulled my blanket up to my nose and just lay there, frozen, listening to the blood pounding in my ears. I could hear the old refrigerator humming in the kitchen down the hall, a sound I normally found comforting. Now, it just sounded like a countdown. Then I felt the temperature drop. It wasn't just a draft. The radiators in our building clanked and hissed all night. But suddenly, the air in my room went cold. A deep, damp cold that went right through my pajamas and my blanket. My breath started to form little clouds in the air, and I could see the condensation on the wall in front of me. That's when I knew I had to look. I had to know. I moved so slowly, it felt like my bones were grinding against each other. I rolled onto my back, the blanket still clutched in my fists, and I looked toward the center of my room. It was there. It's hard to describe it even now, because it wasn't like anything I'd ever seen in a book or a movie. The best I can say is that it was like a cloud, but not a soft, fluffy one. It was a rectangular shape, tall, almost touching the ceiling, which would have put it at about 2 meters high. It wasn't solid. It looked like thick, grayish-black smoke that was somehow contained in this rectangular block, churning and shifting slowly inside its own form. And right in the middle of it was this bright, intense yellow core. It wasn't a ball of light. It was more like an egg, a vertical oval that glowed with that same sickly yellow color, pulsing gently. It was just floating there, about a meter off the floor, right between my bed and the wardrobe. It wasn't doing anything. It was just present. but the feeling coming off it was anything but passive. It felt hostile. It didn't feel like a thing. It felt like a being, something with an intention, a cold, alien intention that I couldn't understand, but my 8-year-old brain recognized it as pure, undiluted badness. It felt independent, like it was aware of me, aware of the room, and it had decided to be here. I stopped breathing. I think my heart actually stopped for a second. Every hair on my body was standing up. I was so scared I felt like I was going to be sick. I just stared at it, and I had this terrifying certain knowledge that if that yellow center, that egg-like thing ever turned toward me, something unimaginable would happen. I can't tell you what, but I knew it would be the end of me. I didn't scream. I was too terrified to make a sound. My throat was locked shut. My only thought was to hide, to get away from its line of sight. My bed was a simple metal frame with a space underneath that was filled with old winter clothes and boxes of my baby stuff. It was a tight fit, but it was a cave, a place to disappear. Moving was the hardest thing I've ever done. I had to slide down to the foot of the bed, away from the thing, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. The blanket made a rustling sound as I moved, and I was sure it would hear me, that it would react. The grey cloud stuff seemed to swirl a little faster, but the yellow core just kept its slow, rhythmic pulse. I slipped off the edge of the mattress and onto the cold wooden floor. The shock of the cold planks on my bare feet was sharp and real. I crouched there for a second, my body trembling so hard my teeth were chattering. Then I army crawled, flat on my belly, under the bed. Dust bunnies tickled my nose, and I had to fight not to sneeze. The space was cramped and dark, and I had to twist my neck to keep looking out from under the edge of the bedspread, which hung down like a curtain. From this new, low angle, the thing looked even bigger, even more menacing. It dominated the room. The yellow glow cast long, distorted shadows that danced across the ceiling and walls, making the whole room feel like it was alive and twisting around this entity. I don't know how long I lay there. It felt like hours. I watched it, and it just hung there, silent and unmoving except for the internal churning of its form. There was no sound coming from it, no hum, no whisper, nothing. The only sounds were the frantic beating of my own heart and the shallow, ragged gasps of my breathing, which I was trying to keep as quiet as possible. I could feel the rough texture of an old woolen sweater against my cheek, and the smell of dust and mothballs was so strong it was almost choking me. My fingers were curled into the floorboards, my nails digging into the old, splintery wood. I started praying, just repeating the same words over and over in my head, a childish prayer my grandmother had taught me. I wasn't even sure if I believed in God, but in that moment, I was begging anyone or anything to make it go away. The cold was seeping into my bones from the floor, and my legs were starting to cramp from being curled up. But I didn't dare move a muscle, and then as suddenly as it had appeared, it began to fade. The yellow core didn't dim. The whole thing just dissolved. It didn't vanish in a blink. It was more like it became transparent, the grey cloud stuff thinning out until I could see my wardrobe through it, and then the yellow egg faded last, like a dying ember, until there was nothing left. The room was plunged back into its normal deep darkness. The normal darkness, which had always scared me, now felt like a relief. The cold in the room lifted almost instantly, and the familiar stuffy warmth from the radiator began to seep back in. I stayed under the bed for a long, long time after that. I was afraid it would come back. I was afraid that if I moved, I would trigger its return. I must have eventually fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, grey winter light was filtering through the window and I could hear my mother in the kitchen, clattering pans. I crawled out from under the bed, stiff and freezing. My pajamas were covered in dust and lint. I looked around my room. Everything was normal. My bed was rumpled, my chair was where it should be, the picture on the wall was straight. It looked so ordinary, so safe. For a moment, I almost convinced myself it had been a nightmare, a really, really vivid nightmare. But then I saw it. On the wooden floor, right in the spot where the thing had been floating, the dust was disturbed. It wasn't a clean circle or anything, but there was a faint, almost imperceptible pattern, like the air itself had been agitated and had pushed the dust into little ripples. And when I put my hand on that spot, the floor was ice cold, much colder than the rest of the floor. That's when I knew it had been real. I didn't tell my parents. What would I have said? They would have patted my head and told me I had an overactive imagination. I went through the next day in a daze. I couldn't concentrate at school. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that rectangular shape forming in the corner of the classroom. The memory of that hostile feeling was like a stain on my mind. The worst part was, it happened again the next night. I went to bed terrified, my heart already racing. I left my little nightlight on, a plastic star that glowed orange. It had always been enough to keep the monsters away before. But that night, I knew it was useless. I lay awake for what felt like forever, staring at the door, listening to every little sound the old building made. I must have dozed off, because I was jolted awake by the same feeling, the prickling on my neck, the crushing weight of dread in my chest. The room was already filling with that same dull yellow glow. I didn't even wait to see it fully form. I didn't look. As soon as I felt the temperature begin to drop, I scrambled. I didn't care about noise. I just flung myself off the bed and scrambled underneath it, pushing myself as far back against the wall as I could go. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my head with my arms. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to know if that yellow egg was looking for me. I could feel its presence, though. The same hostile, independent intelligence filled the room. The cold was even deeper this time, so cold my teeth wouldn't stop chattering. I could feel the vibration of it through the floorboards. I lay there, curled into a ball, whispering, "Go away, go away, go away," into the dusty sweater pressed against my face. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt longer than the first time, an eternity of that suffocating fear. And then, just like before, the presence lifted. The cold vanished, and the room returned to normal. I never saw it again after that second night. We lived in that apartment for another 4 years, and it never came back. But I was never the same in that room. I slept with the main light on for a week, until my parents put a stop to it. I would lie awake for hours, staring into the darkness, my body tense, waiting for the glow to return. I developed a habit of scanning any room I walked into, my eyes automatically checking the empty spaces, looking for that specific rectangular shape. I'm an adult now. I've moved away from St. Petersburg. I live in a different country, in a modern apartment with bright lights and no creaky doors. But I still think about it. Not every day, but often enough. The memory hasn't faded. I can still feel that specific targeted hostility. I can still see the slow pulse of that yellow egg inside its cloud-like prison. I've spent years trying to find an explanation. Sleep paralysis, a hallucination, but I could move. I hid under the bed. I felt the cold floor. I smelled the dust. It was real. What was it? Why did it come to my room? Why did it feel so aware? And why did it leave and never return? I have no answers. All I have is the memory of those 2 nights. A memory that is as sharp and clear and terrifying today as it was 20 years ago. It's a piece of my childhood that I can't explain. A haunting that wasn't a ghost, but something else, something I don't have a name for. And sometimes, on a very dark and quiet night, when the house is silent and I'm lying in bed, I'll get a prickle on the back of my neck. And for one heart-stopping second, I'll be 8 years old again, waiting for the glow to start. Story 2. It was a Tuesday, I think, because I remember I'd just gotten home from work around 6 in the evening. The sun was starting to set, casting this orange glow through the blinds, and the apartment felt quiet, but in a comfortable way. I'd kicked off my shoes, changed into some sweats, and decided to take a shower to wash off the day. My bathroom was tiny, with those ugly beige tiles and a shower curtain that had ducks on it. A gift from my mum, so I kept it even though it was kind of childish. The water pressure was always a bit weak, but it was hot, and that's all that mattered. I stepped into the shower, letting the water run over me, and at first, everything felt normal. The steam was building up, fogging the mirror, and I was just standing there with my eyes closed, thinking about nothing in particular. But then, maybe 5 minutes in, this weird feeling started to creep up on me. It wasn't a sound or anything I could see, just this intense sense that someone else was in the bathroom with me. Not like a ghost or anything supernatural at first, more like the kind of feeling you get when you know someone's watching you, even if you can't see them. My skin started to prickle, and the back of my neck felt cold, even though the water was still hot. I remember opening my eyes and looking around, but there was nothing there. Just the shower curtain, the steam, and the sound of water hitting the tub. I tried to shake it off, thinking I was just tired or maybe imagining things. But the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. It was like this heavy weight in the air, making it hard to breathe properly. My heart started beating faster, and I could feel this knot tightening in my stomach. I kept glancing toward the curtain, half expecting to see a shadow or something, but there was nothing. Then I had this urge to get out of there, like right now. It wasn't rational. I mean, I was in my own apartment, locked up safe, but I felt genuinely scared, like a kid afraid of the dark. I quickly rinsed off and turned off the water, my hands shaking a little as I reached for the towel. As I stepped out onto the bath mat, the feeling didn't fade. If anything, it felt even more intense, like whatever it was had followed me out of the shower. The bathroom was still steamy, and the air felt thick and charged like before a storm. I wrapped the towel around me and just stood there for a second, listening. The apartment was dead silent except for the drip-drip from the shower head and the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. But underneath that, I swear I could feel this presence, like someone standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I spun around, but there was no one there. Just my own reflection in the fogged-up mirror, looking pale and wide-eyed. I decided I had to check the whole apartment. I mean, what if someone had broken in? I grabbed my baseball bat from the closet. I kept it for safety, though I'd never had to use it, and started walking through each room. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch. Nothing. The windows were locked. The door was bolted from the inside. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. But that feeling, it was still there, clinging to me like a cold sweat. It was the kind of fear that makes your skin crawl, and I couldn't explain it. I kept thinking, this is stupid. You're alone. But my body wasn't buying it. My hands were clammy, and I had to sit down on the couch for a minute to catch my breath. I ended up getting dressed quickly, pulling on jeans and a t-shirt, and just sitting in the living room with the lights on, trying to calm down. The clock on the wall said it was around 7 in the evening now. I remember staring at the patterns on the carpet, tracing them with my eyes, anything to distract myself. The feeling started to lessen after a while, but it didn't completely go away until I was fully dressed and moving around. It was like whatever it was had lost interest once I was out of that vulnerable state in the shower. I made myself a cup of tea, but my hands were still unsteady, and I spilled a little hot water on the counter. I just wiped it up and sat at the kitchen table, waiting for something, though I didn't know what. About an hour later, there was a frantic knocking on my door. It was so loud and sudden that I jumped, sloshing tea onto my lap. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. It was my friend, let's call him Dave for now, though I won't use real names. Dave was usually this calm, laid-back guy, but right then his face was pale, and he was breathing like he'd run up the stairs. I unlocked the door, and he burst in without even saying hello. His eyes were wild, and he was clutching his car keys so tight his knuckles were white. "You're not going to believe this," he said, his voice shaky. "It's John." John was our mutual friend, someone we'd both known since high school. Dave was practically hyperventilating, so I guided him to the couch and made him sit down. I could smell the cold night air on his jacket, and his hands were ice cold when I touched them. "What happened?" I asked, my own fear from earlier bubbling back up. He took a deep breath and told me that John had tried to kill himself earlier that evening. Apparently, John's roommate had found him in his apartment around the same time I was in the shower, maybe a little before or after, but the timing was close. John had taken a bunch of pills, and they'd rushed him to the hospital. He was alive, but it was touch and go for a while. Dave had just heard from the roommate and drove straight over to my place because he didn't know what else to do. He was crying by this point, and I remember feeling this cold dread wash over me, not just because of John, though that was horrible, but because of the timing. I asked Dave when exactly it happened, and he said it was around 6:30 or 7 in the evening. That was right when I was in the shower, feeling that intense presence. My skin went cold all over again, and I had to sit down too. I didn't tell Dave about what I'd experienced at first. I was too shaken, and it sounded crazy even in my head. But the more I thought about it, the more it made sense in a way that scared the hell out of me. I've never been into ghosts or spirits or any of that. But in that moment I felt like John, or some part of him, had been reaching out to me when he was in that dark place. It was like his distress was so strong that it crossed some kind of barrier, and I felt it physically, in my own home. Dave stayed for a while, and we talked about John, about how he'd been acting lately. John had been quiet, withdrawn, but none of us had seen this coming. We drove to the hospital later that night, and I remember sitting in the waiting room feeling numb. The lights were too bright and the smell of antiseptic was overwhelming. John survived, thank God, and when he woke up he didn't remember much about what happened. He said he'd been feeling low for weeks, but the actual attempt was a blur. The doctors said he'd be okay with therapy and support, and over time he got better, but I never forgot that day. What chills me even now is that I never felt anything like that before or since. No other weird presences, no unexplained feelings. Just that one time when my friend was fighting for his life miles away. I've turned it over in my head for years, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was coincidence, or my own anxiety picking up on something. But deep down, I believe I sensed his distress from beyond, like his spirit was crying out, and I was the one who picked up on it. It's not something I can prove, and I don't talk about it much because people might think I'm nuts. But it happened, and it left me with this permanent shiver down my spine whenever I think about it. I still live in the same city, but I moved out of that apartment a year later, not because of what happened, but because I got a better job. Sometimes, though, when I'm alone in the shower, I'll get a flicker of that old fear, and I have to remind myself that it was a one-time thing. But yeah, that's my story. I don't know what it was, and I probably never will. Story 3. It arrived in a big cardboard box about 2 months ago, packed in yellowed newspaper and what felt like a whole roll of bubble wrap. My granddad was a collector of odd things, and when the Ringling Brothers Circus had that big auction years and years ago, he bought a crate of props. This crystal ball was one of them. It supposedly belonged to a fortune teller named Lady Zindra. I'd looked her up once. There wasn't much, just a few old posters. She looked stern, with dark eyes that seemed to follow you in the grainy photos. For the first few weeks, the ball just sat on my bookshelf. It was a paperweight, a conversation starter. It's heavier than it looks, about the size of a cantaloupe, and it's not perfectly clear. It has these faint, milky swirls inside it, like a storm cloud trapped in glass. My cat, Jasper, used to sit and stare at it for hours, his tail twitching, but I just thought he was being a cat. I'd pick it up sometimes, just to feel the cool, smooth weight of it in my hands. It felt dense. Not just physically heavy, but like it had a weight to it, a presence. The first time I saw the shadow, I was alone. It was a Tuesday night, around 10. I was on the couch. The crystal ball on the coffee table because I'd been dusting the shelf. I was just zoning out, looking past it at the wall, when something moved in my peripheral vision. A flicker. I turned my head, and for just a split second, I saw it. A dark, low-to-the-ground shape, like a large cat or a fox, darting from the hallway into the kitchen. It was a blur, a smear of darkness that was there and then gone. My heart did this stupid little jump, and I laughed at myself. "You're tired," I told myself. "Your eyes are playing tricks on you." But it kept happening. Not every day, but often enough to be unnerving. Always that same kind of shape. A quick, fluid shadow animal, just on the edge of my vision. I started to feel like I was being watched, that constant, prickly feeling on the back of my neck you get when you know someone's standing behind you. I'd be washing dishes and see a dark flicker in the reflection of the window. I'd be reading in bed and see a shape slip past the crack under the door. Then my roommate Sarah saw it. We were making dinner one night and she froze, a spoon in her hand, her eyes wide. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I didn't have to ask what. I just nodded. She described the exact same thing I'd been seeing. A low, fast shadow, like a fox, she said. That's when the first real chill went through me. It wasn't just me. It was real. That's also when I decided to do something about it. I couldn't live with this thing in my house. I wrapped the ball in an old blanket and stuck it in the back of my closet. Out of sight, out of mind, right? For a little while, it worked. The shadows stopped. The feeling of being watched faded. Life went back to normal. I almost convinced myself it had all been a weird, shared hallucination. But yesterday, I had to move some stuff around in the closet to get to my winter coats. My hand brushed against the blanket bundle, and without even thinking, I pulled it out. I don't know why I did it. Maybe some part of me wanted to prove it was all nonsense. I sat on the floor of my bedroom, the blanket in my lap, and I unwrapped it. The second my fingers touched the cool glass, it started. It was subtle at first. The air in my room felt thicker, colder. The afternoon sun was shining through my window, but the light seemed dimmer, like a cloud had passed over the sun, only there were no clouds. I held the ball in my hands, and I could feel a faint, almost imperceptible vibration coming from it. A low hum that I felt in my teeth more than I heard. I decided, stupidly, that I was going to get rid of it for good. I wasn't going to be scared of a piece of glass. I carried it out to the garage, thinking I could just take a hammer to it, smash it into a million pieces, and sweep it into the trash. As I walked, I saw the shadows again. Not just one, multiple. They darted across the walls, quick and silent, from the living room into the dining room, behind the couch. They were more defined now. I could make out the bushy shape of a tail on one, the pointed ears of another. They weren't just blurs anymore, they were taking form. My hands were sweating, making the ball slippery. I set it down carefully on the workbench in the garage, my heart hammering against my ribs. I found a small sledgehammer my dad had left here. It felt heavy and solid in my hands. This was it. I was ending this. I lifted the hammer, and that's when the garage door slammed shut. It wasn't the electric kind. It was the old, heavy manual door. It came down with a bang that was so loud and sudden I actually screamed. The whole garage shook. The single bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered violently, casting crazy, leaping shadows all around me. For a second, I was plunged into near total darkness. Then the light came back on, dim and orange. I was trapped. I ran to the door and yanked on the handle. It wouldn't budge. It was locked from the outside. That's impossible. There's no lock on the outside. I was panting, my breath coming out in white puffs. The temperature had plummeted. It had to be below freezing in there, and that's when I heard it. A sound. a low, guttural growl coming from the corner behind some old boxes. It didn't sound like a dog or a cat. It was deeper, more menacing. It was the kind of sound that bypasses your brain and goes straight to your instincts, screaming at you that you are prey. I backed away from the corner, my back hitting the workbench. The crystal ball was right there, and in the sickly orange light it seemed to be glowing from within. The milky swirls were moving, churning like a real storm. I could see shapes in there now, dark, animalistic shapes, twisting and fighting each other. The growling got louder. I saw a shadow detach itself from the wall. It was bigger than the others. It looked like a wolf, but wrong. Its legs were too long, its body too thin. It paced back and forth in front of the boxes, its head low, and I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its gaze, a cold, predatory intelligence. I was crying now, proper, terrified sobs. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. No service. Of course, no service in the goddamn garage. I was alone. The thing in the corner took a step forward. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It was solid. I could see the texture of its fur, matted and dark. I could smell it, a mix of wet earth, rot, and something metallic, like old blood. Its eyes were the worst part. They weren't eyes. They were just 2 points of absolute blackness, voids that sucked the light out of the room. It took another step, and a low, rumbling snarl vibrated through the concrete floor and up into my bones. This was it. This thing was going to kill me in my own garage over a stupid circus prop. In a moment of pure, blind panic, I did the only thing I could think of. I didn't reach for the hammer. I reached for the ball. I grabbed it, and the second my skin made contact, the vibration intensified into a painful buzz that shot up my arms. I screamed, "Stop!" And it did. The growling cut off. The solid wolf-like thing dissolved back into a shadow, then into nothing. The garage door creaked, then slowly, agonizingly began to rise on its own, letting in the late afternoon light. The temperature rushed back to normal. The light bulbs stopped flickering. I stood there, shaking so hard I could barely stand. The crystal ball clutched to my chest like a life preserver. I was gasping for air, my face wet with tears and sweat. I stumbled out of the garage into the blessed normalcy of my backyard. The sun was warm. Birds were chirping. It was all so ordinary, so safe. It felt like I had stepped out of a nightmare and back into the real world, but I knew it wasn't over. I carried the ball back into the house, my whole body trembling. I didn't put it in the closet. I didn't know what to do with it. I just set it on the kitchen table and collapsed into a chair, staring at it. Sarah came home an hour later. She took one look at me and knew something was terribly wrong. I tried to tell her, but the words came out in a jumbled, hysterical mess. I told her about the garage, the door, the thing that looked like a wolf. She listened, her face pale. Then she told me that while she was at work, she'd seen a shadow in the stockroom. A tall, thin shadow of a man that had pointed at her before vanishing. She'd been too freaked out to call me. We were both silent after that. The ball sat between us on the table, inert, just a piece of glass. That's when I remembered the expert. My granddad had left some paperwork with the ball, and in it was the name of a guy he'd consulted, Mike Burton. Some kind of paranormal investigator or historian, I don't know. I found his number, and with Sarah holding my hand, I called him. He was quiet, while I told him everything, my voice shaking. When I was done, he let out a long, weary sigh. He told me he'd warned my grandfather. He said the ball isn't just an object, it's a container. Lady Zindra wasn't just a performer, she was a practitioner. And she didn't just tell fortunes, she trapped things. Spirits, entities. He called them familiars, but not the cute kind, the angry, trapped, vengeful kind. The shadows we were seeing were them, testing their boundaries. I asked him, my voice barely a whisper, if I could destroy it. "Don't," he said, and his tone was deadly serious. "If you break the container, you don't destroy what's inside. You just let it out, all of it, permanently. What you saw in your garage was just one of them. and it was still partly bound by the ball's influence. If you shatter it, there will be no pulling them back. They will be free in your home and attached to you. My blood ran cold. So, what do I do? I begged him. What's the solution? There was a long pause on the other end of the line. There isn't one, Mike Burton said. Not that I know of. You can't get rid of it, you can't give it away. Or you'd just be passing this curse on to someone else. You can't destroy it. All you can do is store it. Keep it wrapped up. Don't touch it. Don't look at it for too long. Try to forget you have it. But it's getting stronger, I said, the tears starting again. Touching it makes it stronger. What happens when just storing it isn't enough? He didn't have an answer for that. He just said he was sorry and hung up. So that's where I am now. It's the middle of the night. The crystal ball is back in my closet, wrapped in that same blanket, then wrapped in a black trash bag tucked behind a suitcase. Sarah is asleep in her room, and I'm sitting here in the living room with every single light in the apartment turned on. I keep seeing things move in the corners of my eyes, little dark flickers. They're back. They never really left. I can feel them in the house, these century-old evils, these trapped things that hate me for being their keeper. I'm stuck with this thing. I can't get rid of it, I can't destroy it, and I can't escape it. It's in my home, it's a part of my life now, and I don't know what's going to happen when it decides it doesn't want to be stored away anymore. Story 4. Oh, it's funny, you know. I've spent my whole adult life as an engineer. I deal in facts, in data, in things that can be measured and proven. I build systems that have to work, that have to follow the laws of physics. There's no room for the unexplained, but there's this one part of my life, this chunk of my childhood, that my logical brain just can't process. It's like a corrupted file that won't open, a ghost in my own machine. I've tried for years to rationalize it, to find some neat, tidy explanation, but I always come up empty. It just happened, and it was real. We moved into that house when I was 8 years old. It was a big old place on a corner lot with a huge backyard that sloped down into a tangle of woods. I was excited. It felt like an adventure. That excitement lasted for about a week. The first thing was the RC car. It was a red and black Lamborghini Countach, my absolute pride and joy. I'd saved up allowance for months to get it. I was in my room one afternoon just after school, and I'd left the car on the floor in the middle of the room. I was sitting on my bed reading a comic book. The controller was on my nightstand, well out of my reach. I heard this low hum, the kind the car's motor made when it was just idling. I looked over and the car was on. The little red power light was glowing. I hadn't touched it. I stared at it, confused, thinking maybe the batteries were faulty or something. Then it started to move. It didn't jerk or sputter. It rolled forward smoothly, deliberately, turning in a slow, perfect circle on the green carpet. It completed one circle, then another, its tires making this faint whirring sound. My heart started thumping in my chest, a heavy, slow beat. This wasn't right. I remember the feeling in my stomach, this cold, sinking sensation. I slid off the bed and slowly walked over to it. As I got closer, it stopped. Just like that. The power light went out. I picked it up. The plastic was cool. I checked the controller. The on-off switch was firmly in the off position. I stood there for a long time, just holding the car, feeling a kind of dread I'd never felt before. It wasn't a scary movie dread. It was a deep, unsettling confusion. The world had just bent a little, and I was the only one who saw it. That was just the beginning. The chair was next. We had this wooden kitchen chair with a ladder back. The floor in the kitchen had a very slight slant to it, so if you didn't push a chair all the way in, it would slowly, over the course of a minute or two, creep out from under the table. We were all used to it. One morning, I came down for breakfast and saw that chair. It was pulled all the way out, facing away from the table towards the doorway that led to the living room. And it was turned. Not just a little, but a full 180 degrees, so its back was to the table and it was facing the doorway. The slant of the floor couldn't do that. It could only make the chair slide out, not spin. My mum was annoyed, thinking my sister or I had been messing around, but we hadn't. We both swore we hadn't. I remember looking at that chair and feeling that same cold knot in my stomach. Something was in the house with us, something that could turn a chair. Then I saw her. It was a Tuesday, I think. I was coming out of the bathroom, which was at the end of the upstairs hallway. My bedroom door was directly across from the bathroom door. As I stepped out, I glanced to my left down the hall towards my parents' room. And in the doorway of my parents' room, there was a woman. She was tall and thin, and she was wearing a white dress, like one of those old-fashioned nightgowns, or maybe a summer dress, just pure white and kind of flowing. She wasn't solid, not like a real person. It was like looking at her through a thin layer of milk. I could see the dark wood of the doorframe right through her. She was just standing there, and she lifted her arm. It was a slow, deliberate movement. She pointed, not at me, but down the hall, past me, towards the stairs. Her hand was pale and long-fingered. I couldn't see her face clearly. It was just a blur of pale skin and dark shadows where her eyes and mouth should have been. But I felt her attention. I felt her looking past me, directing something or someone. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just stood there, frozen, my hand still on the bathroom doorknob. My breath caught in my throat. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. Then she was just gone. Not like she walked away or faded. She was there. And then the space where she had been was just empty hallway. I remember the smell in the air changed for a second. It went from the normal smell of our house, clean laundry and whatever my mom was cooking, to this cold, dry smell, like an old closed-up room. Then it was gone too. I ran, I bolted down the stairs so fast I almost tripped, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? I saw a ghost woman in a white dress pointing down the hall. They'd have thought I had an overactive imagination, so I kept it to myself. But the secret felt heavy inside me. It made the house feel different, smaller and darker, even in the middle of the day. Things settled down for a little while after that. No more RC cars, no more spinning chairs. I started to hope, to really believe, that it was over. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just a weird phase, but that hope got shattered on one specific, perfectly normal Saturday. It was the middle of the afternoon. The sun was out. My sister was in her room, and I was in the backyard, kicking a soccer ball against the fence. The woods at the bottom of the yard were bright green and full of life. It didn't feel like a place where scary things could happen. I was just bored, kicking the ball, thump, thump, thump against the wooden slats. Then I heard my name. It was my mom's voice. It came from the back door of the house. "Hey, sweetie, can you come here a second?" It sounded exactly like her, the same tone she used when she needed me to help her carry groceries or something. I stopped kicking the ball and turned around. The back door was closed. The screen door was shut. I couldn't see anyone through the mesh. "Okay," I yelled back and started walking towards the house. I was about halfway across the lawn when the side gate creaked open and my mom walked through it, holding a bag of weed killer from the garden shed. She smiled at me. "What are you up to out here?" I stopped dead. My feet felt rooted to the grass. The blood drained from my face. I could feel it go. My skin got cold and tight. "Mom?" I said, my voice small. "Yeah, honey?" Did you just call me?" She looked confused. "No, I just came from the shed. Why?" I just stared at her, my mouth slightly open. The voice had been so clear, so real. It had come from the house, from inside the house, and she had been outside the whole time. The reality of it hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a shadow or a weird feeling. This thing, whatever it was, could mimic. It could copy my mom's voice perfectly. It was intelligent. It was playing with me. I must have looked as terrified as I felt, because my mom's smile vanished. "What's wrong? You're white as a sheet." I couldn't speak. I just shook my head and ran past her into the house. I didn't stop until I was in my room with the door locked. I sat on my bed, hugging my knees, and I just trembled. That was the worst part, I think, the intelligence of it. It wasn't just random noise or movement. It was contact. It was trying to interact. Later that same day, after the sun had gone down, things got worse. My sister and I were in the living room watching TV. My parents were in the kitchen, cleaning up after dinner. The house was quiet, just the sound of the television and the clinking of dishes from the other room. My sister suddenly paused the show we were watching. She held up her hand. "Shh," she whispered. "Do you hear that?" I listened. At first I heard nothing. Then, faintly from the direction of the backyard, I heard it. A voice. It was a high, thin voice, like a child's voice, but there was something wrong with it. It was distorted, watery. It was calling my name, not my sister's name, mine. Come out. Come out and play. A cold shiver ran down my spine. It was coming from outside, from the dark backyard. Then, the voice changed. It started to cry. It wasn't a sad cry. It was a desperate, frustrated, angry cry, the kind a toddler throws when they don't get their way. It was a wailing, screeching sound that shouldn't have been able to come from a human throat. It was full of static, like a radio signal breaking up. It would rise to a piercing shriek, then drop to a guttural sob. My sister and I looked at each other. Her eyes were wide with pure terror. We both heard it. This wasn't my imagination. This was confirmation. We weren't saying anything, just staring at each other, listening to this thing in our backyard scream my name and cry like a monstrous child. I remember the physical sensations so clearly, the hair on my arms standing straight up, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. My heart wasn't just beating fast. It was fluttering like a trapped bird. My hands were clenched into fists so tight my nails were digging into my palms. The crying went on for what felt like forever. It would stop for a few seconds, and we'd hold our breath, hoping it was over, and then it would start again, even louder, even more frantic. It was circling the house. We could hear it moving from the back to the side, its wails getting closer to the windows. My dad came in from the kitchen, a dish towel in his hand. "What in God's name is that noise?" he asked, his face a mask of annoyance and confusion. "It's outside," my sister whispered, her voice trembling. My dad went to the back door and peered out through the little window. "I don't see anything." He unlocked the door and stepped outside onto the porch. "Hello?" he yelled into the darkness. "Is someone out here?" The second his voice rang out, the crying stopped. Just cut off. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying. It was a heavy, listening silence. My dad stood on the porch for a minute, looking around, then came back in, locking the door behind him. "Probably just a cat or something," he said, but he didn't sound convinced. He looked unsettled. My sister and I didn't say another word about it. We didn't have to. We both knew. We went up to our rooms, and I spent the rest of the night with every light in my room on, listening. I was too scared to even get under the covers. I just sat in my desk chair, staring at my door, waiting for something to happen. And that's the thing that stays with me, even now, all these years later. It wasn't the moving car, or the turning chair, or even the woman in white. It was the consistency, the intelligence. This wasn't a random, mindless haunting. It was a presence. It learned. It used my mom's voice. It called my name specifically. It reacted when my dad went outside. It was aware of us. It was testing us, probing for a reaction, for a way in. And as a man of science, I have no framework for this. There's no data set for intelligent, interactive phenomena that mimic your mother and scream your name in the dark. I can't build a model for it. I can't run tests. All I have is the memory, burned into my brain with perfect, horrifying clarity. The cold feeling in my gut when the RC car moved. The blur of a white dress in a doorway. The perfect mimicry of a voice I trusted more than any other. The sound of something that was not a child, crying my name in the backyard with a fury that felt ancient and personal. We moved out of that house a couple of years later. Nothing was ever resolved. We never found out who the woman was or what it wanted. We just left, and the haunting, or whatever it was, stayed behind. But I never really left it behind. I carry it with me. In the quiet moments, when I'm working on a complex equation or designing a new component, my mind will sometimes drift back to that house. And I'll feel that old, familiar chill, the unshakable knowledge that the world is a much stranger and much more terrifying place than my blueprints and calculations will ever be able to show. The data from that part of my life is irrevocably corrupted, and it left me with a single, undeniable conclusion that my logical mind still can't accept. Story 5. I was sleeping in my room, in the bed I'd had since I was a toddler. It was one of those old wooden frames with bars on the sides, and I always felt safe in it, tucked under my blue comforter with stars on it. The room was small, with a window that looked out into the backyard, and that night the curtains were partly open, letting in a sliver of moonlight. It was quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear the fridge humming downstairs or a car passing by every now and then. I don't remember what I was dreaming about before I woke up, but I jolted awake suddenly, like someone had shaken me. There was no noise, no reason I could pinpoint. I just opened my eyes and knew something was off. The first thing I noticed was the cold, not the usual chill of the room, but a deep, creeping cold that seemed to seep into my bones. I pulled the covers tighter around me, but it didn't help. Then I saw it, a white, blurry figure floating right above me, near the ceiling. It wasn't solid. It was like a patch of mist or fog, but it had a shape, and in the middle of it, I could make out a face, my grandpa's face. I recognized him immediately, even though it was hazy. He had this kind expression, the same one he always had when he'd tell me stories, but his lips were moving, like he was mumbling something. I couldn't hear the words clearly. It was more like a whisper, so soft I almost thought I was imagining it. But I wasn't. His eyes were locked on me, and I felt frozen, unable to move or look away. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I was just a kid, but I knew this wasn't normal. I'd had nightmares before, but this felt different. More real. The room seemed darker around the edges, like the light from the window wasn't reaching where the figure was. I remember my breath catching in my throat, and I wanted to scream for my dad, but no sound came out. I just lay there, staring up at this thing, feeling this mix of fear and confusion. Why was Grandpa here? He lived in a nursing home across town, and I hadn't seen him in a couple of weeks. But in that moment, it felt like he was right there with me, trying to say something. I blinked, just once, because my eyes were dry from staring. And when I opened them again, the figure was gone, vanished, like it had never been there. The cold feeling lifted almost instantly, and the room felt normal again, just dark and quiet. I sat up slowly, my heart still racing, and looked around. Nothing. No sign of anything unusual. I remember rubbing my eyes, thinking maybe I'd been dreaming, but it felt too vivid. That's when I glanced at the clock on my bedside table. It was one of those digital ones with red numbers, and it read 2:30 in the morning. I'd learned to tell time not long before that, so I knew what it meant. The middle of the night. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run to my dad's room, but I was scared he'd think I was being silly or that I'd woken him up for no reason. So I did what I always did when I was scared. I pulled the covers over my head and curled into a ball. I could hear my own breathing, loud and shaky, and I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. That white, blurry shape, Grandpa's face, the mumbling. It felt like it lasted forever, but it must have only been a few seconds. Eventually the fear must have worn me out, because I fell back asleep. I don't remember dreaming about anything else. It was just a deep, heavy sleep. When I woke up again, it was morning. Sunlight was streaming through the window, and I could hear birds chirping outside. For a moment, everything felt normal. I got out of bed, put on my clothes, a t-shirt and jeans, and headed downstairs for breakfast. The house smelled like toast and coffee, and my dad was in the kitchen, standing by the counter. He had this look on his face that I didn't recognize at first. Sad, kind of distant. I sat down at the table, and he came over with a bowl of cereal for me. I was about to dig in when he put a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, buddy," he said, his voice softer than usual. "I have some news. Grandpa passed away last night. He died in his sleep peacefully. The nursing home called early this morning. They said it happened around 2:30. I froze. The spoon I was holding clattered into the bowl, and milk splashed onto the table. 2:30. The exact time I'd seen that figure. My mind started racing, and I felt this cold knot form in my stomach. I wanted to tell him what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out. I just stared at my cereal, the colorful loops floating in the milk, and felt this overwhelming sense of dread. Was it a coincidence? Or had I really seen Grandpa's spirit? I didn't know, but in that moment, it felt like the world had shifted. My dad must have noticed I was quiet because he asked if I was okay. I nodded, but inside, I was screaming. I finished my breakfast quickly and went back to my room, where I just sat on the bed, staring at the spot where I'd seen the figure. The rest of the day is a blur. I remember going through the motions, but my mind was stuck on that night. We visited my grandma later, and everyone was talking about Grandpa, how he'd been sick and it was his time. But all I could think about was that white, blurry shape. Had he come to say goodbye, or was it something else? I never brought it up to anyone, not even years later when I was older. I was afraid they'd think I was making it up, or that I was losing it. Even now, as an adult, I can't shake the feeling. I've read about sleep paralysis or hallucinations, but it didn't feel like that. It felt real, like he was there. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I'll wake up and check the clock, half expecting to see something again, but I never have. That one night was enough to haunt me forever, making me question what's possible between life and whatever comes after. I don't have any answers, just this memory that won't let go. Story 6. We moved into this old farmhouse about 3 months ago. We got it through a county auction for a price that seemed too good to be true. You know how that saying goes. It's an old place, built back in the early 1900s, nestled right near this big grove of maple trees. In the daytime, with the sun coming through those leaves, it's the prettiest thing you've ever seen. Peaceful. That's the word we kept using. It felt peaceful. The history was a little murky, which I guess should have been the first red flag. The old man who lived here before us died in his sleep. Quietly. The real estate agent made a point of saying that. He went quietly, but then you'd get the neighbors, the few that are around, and they'd mention in passing with this sort of grim look that the old man's brother had died decades ago, in the barn, said it wasn't an accident. They never said the word suicide, but they didn't have to. You could feel it hanging in the air. For the first few weeks it was just a house, an old house that creaked and settled. We'd hear noises, but you expect that. It's an old building. The floorboards have their own language. The wind whistles through a gap in the window frame upstairs. Normal stuff. Then our dog Bella started acting weird. She's a golden retriever, the sweetest, dumbest dog you'll ever meet. Nothing ever spooks her. But she started whining at this one corner in the kitchen. It's a dark corner, away from the windows, where the shadows just kind of pool together, even in the middle of the day. She'd just sit there, her whole body tense, and let out this low, nervous whine. Not a bark, a whine, like she was confused or scared. Her ears would be pinned back, and she'd stare into that darkness like there was someone standing there. I'd look, and there'd be nothing, just an empty corner. But she saw something, or felt it. That was the first real thing, the first thing I couldn't explain away with old house logic. Then the door thing happened. It was a Tuesday night, I remember, because my husband, he works late on Tuesdays. I'd just gotten out of the shower. The bathroom was all steamy, and I was wrapped in a towel, wiping the fog off the mirror, and I heard it. The bathroom door handle. Not a creak, a jiggle, a proper up and down jiggle like someone was trying the lock. My heart just dropped into my stomach. I froze, my hand still on the mirror. "Hello?" I said, my voice all shaky. Nothing. I stood there for what felt like a full minute just listening. The house was silent. I unlocked the door, my hand trembling, and yanked it open. The hallway was empty, completely empty. The door to my son's room was closed. The door to our bedroom was closed. There was no one there. I checked the whole upstairs, my wet feet leaving prints on the wooden floor. Nothing. I told myself it was the house settling, that the vibration from me closing a drawer or something had traveled through the floor. But I knew it wasn't. The jiggle was too deliberate. Upstairs there's this one bedroom. It's got an old cedar bed frame in it, dark wood, really heavy. My son's friends love to stay over, so sometimes one of them crashes in there, and every single person who has slept in that bed has said the same thing. They'll be lying there, almost asleep, and they'll feel the mattress dip. Not a slow sink, but a quick, firm compression on the edge of the bed, right near their feet, like someone just sat down. My son told me about it first. He said it felt so real, he actually said, "What?" out loud, thinking it was me or his dad, but no one was there. Then his friend slept over, a big, tough football player kind of kid, and the next morning he was pale. He asked me, real quiet, if the house was haunted. He said he felt someone sit on the bed. My daughter, she's younger, she came running into our room one night crying, saying someone sat on her bed while she was trying to sleep. She was in that room too. They all felt it, separately. They didn't even know the others had felt it until later. That's not imagination. That's a pattern. My husband, he's a skeptic, a real down-to-earth, show-me-the-proof kind of guy. He laughed it off at first, but then he started hearing things. He told me one night he was in bed, and I was already asleep, and he heard a whisper. Right by his ear, it just said his name just once, clear as day. He said he shot up in bed, his heart hammering, and scanned the room. Nothing. Another time he was home alone, and he heard footsteps pacing back and forth in the living room downstairs. A slow, steady walk. He thought it was me, that I'd come home early. He called out, "Honey?" and the footsteps just stopped. Dead. He went downstairs, and the house was empty. The front door was still locked from the inside. The phone thing was what really got to me, though. We have a landline, an old cordless phone that sits on the kitchen counter. We barely use it. One afternoon, my cell phone, which was sitting right next to it, rang. I picked it up, and the caller ID said, "Home phone." I just stared at it. I looked at the landline on the counter. It was dark, silent. I didn't even know it could call my cell. I picked up the house phone, and the screen was blank. No recent calls, nothing. I felt cold all over. How do you explain that? How? The worst was hearing my daughter's voice. She was at a friend's house for a sleepover. It was a Saturday. I was in the kitchen making dinner, and I heard it, clear as a bell, from the living room. "Mom, just once." It was her voice. Exactly her voice. I dropped the spoon I was holding and ran in there, calling her name. The room was empty. The TV was off. I called her friend's house, my hands shaking so bad I could barely dial. She answered, all cheerful, asking if she could stay for pizza. She was fine. She was miles away. All of this stuff built up, you know. It was like living with a constant low-grade hum of unease. It never felt malicious. Not really. It felt mischievous, annoying, like the house itself was alive and just messing with us. We'd get used to one thing and then something new would happen. It was a presence, a thing that was just there, sharing the space with us. But last night was different. It was a Thursday. My husband was at work, on the night shift. He wouldn't be home until after 2 in the morning. The kids were in their rooms. My son was playing video games online with his friends. My daughter was reading in her bed. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy. It was around 10:30 at night. I was downstairs, folding laundry on the couch, watching some dumb reality show just for the noise. And then I heard it from upstairs. A loud crash. Not a creak, not a footstep, a crash. Like a piece of furniture had been thrown over. It was huge, a sound of splintering wood and weight hitting the floor. It echoed through the whole house. My entire body went cold. My blood just turned to ice. My son's voice came over his headset, tinny and alarmed. "Mom, what was that?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just stood up, my legs feeling like jelly. My first thought was that someone had broken in. My husband was gone. It was just me and the kids. I ran into the kitchen, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest, and I yanked a big chef's knife out of the block. I don't even remember deciding to do it. My hand just went for it. I stood at the bottom of the stairs holding that knife in both hands, pointed up into the darkness. The upstairs hallway was dark. I hadn't turned the light on up there. I was frozen. I couldn't make my feet move. I was just standing there, trembling, staring up into the blackness, listening. I could hear my own breath, ragged and too loud. "Mom!" my son said again, his door cracking open. Light spilled out into the hall. "Stay in your room," I hissed, my voice a tight wire. "Lock your door." "But Mom, just do it." He closed his door. I heard the lock click. My daughter's door was still shut. I had to go up there. I had to. What if a window was broken? What if someone was in the house? I started up the stairs. Each step groaned under my weight, and I flinched with every sound. It felt like I was announcing my presence. "Here I am. Come and get me." The knife felt slick in my sweaty hands. I got to the top of the stairs and reached for the light switch, fumbling on the wall. The hallway bulb flickered on, casting long, jumping shadows. The hallway was empty. My son's door was closed. My daughter's door was closed. The door to the cedar bedroom was open, just a black rectangle. I crept down the hall, my back to the wall, like I'd seen in movies. It felt stupid and absolutely necessary at the same time. I peered into my daughter's room first. She was sitting up in bed, her eyes wide with fear, clutching her book to her chest. "What was that noise, Mommy?" she whispered. "I don't know, honey. Stay here." I went to my son's door and knocked softly. "It's me." He unlocked it. He had his baseball bat in his hands. His 2 friends were on his computer, their voices tiny and frantic through the headset he'd dropped on his desk. "Mom, we heard it too," he said. His face was pale. "We have to check the house," I said. My voice was steadier than I felt. So the 3 of us, me with my knife, my son with his bat, and his 2 big friends who suddenly looked very, very young, we did a sweep. We checked every room. We turned on every light. We looked in closets, under beds, behind shower curtains. We went into the cedar bedroom. The old bed was there, perfectly made. Nothing was out of place. Nothing was broken. There was no fallen furniture, no shattered picture frame, no sign of anything that could have made that god-awful crash. We ended up back in the hallway, all of us breathing hard, looking at each other. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. One of my son's friends, a kid named Jake, just shook his head. "Dude," he said, his voice quiet, "this house is messed up." We went back downstairs. I was shaking, a full-body tremor that I couldn't control. I made hot chocolate for everyone, my hands still gripping the knife handle like a lifeline. We sat in the living room, not talking, just listening, and that's when the other sounds started. Not crashes, just presence. A creak from the kitchen, like someone shifting their weight, a soft footstep in the hallway upstairs. Not the frantic running of before, just a slow, calm pacing. My son looked at me, his eyes wide. We all heard it. We just sat there on the couch, huddled together, listening to the house live its own life around us. The presence was back. It felt stronger now. It didn't feel mischievous anymore. It felt aware. It knew it had scared us. It knew we were listening. It's the next morning now. The sun is up. My husband is home asleep. The kids are exhausted. Everything looks normal. The house is just a house again. But I can't shake the feeling. I can't unhear that crash. I can't forget the feeling of that knife in my hand. The absolute certainty that something was wrong. We didn't find anything. There was nothing to find. But something was here. Something is here. And I don't know what it wants, or why it's here, or when it will decide to make another sound like that. I'm sitting here at the kitchen table, typing this, and I keep looking over at that dark corner where Bella whines. It's just a corner, but it doesn't feel like it. Nothing in this house feels like just what it is anymore. It all feels like something else. Story 7. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out. I can't talk to my sister about it because she'll just get that look in her eyes, the one that says she knows exactly what I mean, and she wishes she didn't. We don't really talk about the thing that connects us, not directly. It's just this ugly knot in our lives we both pretend isn't there most days. It all goes back to when we were babies. Our dad, he thought it would be funny to use a Ouija board with us in the room. I don't remember it, obviously, but Mom told us the story enough times that it feels like a memory. She said he was just messing around, probably a bit drunk, and he had his hands on the planchette with a friend. My sister and I were in our playpen just gurgling and doing baby things. Then the moment that stupid plastic thing started moving, we both just screamed. Not a cry, not a whimper, but a full-blooded, terror-filled scream from two infants who shouldn't even know what terror is. Mom said the air in the room went cold and she made him stop immediately, threw the board out herself. Ever since then, things just find us. We have these dreams, me and my sister. We'll dream something mundane, like a broken plate or a car with a flat tire, and then the next day it happens. We see things too. Shadows that are just a little too tall. A person standing in a room who vanishes when you blink. It's never been friendly. It's always felt like a violation, like something is peeking into our lives from a place it shouldn't be. I moved into a new house about 3 months ago. It's a small ranch-style place, nothing special, but it was what I could afford. The first week was fine, quiet. Then the little things started. I'd be in the kitchen making coffee, and the light above the sink would flicker. Not a power surge flicker, but a slow, deliberate dimming and brightening, like someone was playing with the switch. I wrote it off as old wiring. Then the doors started. I'd be sitting on the couch watching TV, and I'd hear the soft click of the bedroom door closing. Not slamming, just clicking shut like a gentle push. I'd get up, check it, and it would be closed. I'd open it, look inside, nothing. I started leaving it open just to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. I'd turn my back and a minute later, click shut again. My cat, Jasper, he's a big orange tabby, usually the laziest creature on the planet. He started acting weird. He'd be asleep on the rug, then his head would snap up, his ears would go flat, and he'd just hiss at nothing. I mean, at a blank wall. His back would arch, his fur would puff out, and he'd let out this low, guttural growl I'd never heard from him before. He'd sometimes stalk something across the room, his eyes tracking something invisible, and then he'd just pounce into an empty corner, claws out, batting at the air. It was unsettling. You can tell yourself it's a mouse in the walls, but you know, deep down, that's not what your cat is looking at. The worst part, the part that really made my stomach drop, was the cold spots. I'd be walking from the living room to the hallway, and I'd pass through a patch of air so cold it made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was a damp, clinging cold, the kind that seeps into your bones. It would be gone a second later, the temperature back to normal. It felt like walking through a person. All of this was building up, a low-grade dread humming in the background of my life. I knew what it was. It was the same feeling I've had since I was a kid. We're conduits, my sister and I. Our dad opened a door when we were infants, and it never fully closed. We're like antennas, and we just pick up these signals, these presences. They're drawn to us. This all came to a head last Tuesday. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd just done my grocery shopping and I was tired. The day started normal. Woke up, felt okay, made breakfast. The light in the kitchen flickered a couple times, but I was getting used to it. I tried to ignore it, the way you learn to ignore a persistent ache. Around noon, I was putting the groceries away. I had the pantry door open, loading in cans of soup. Jasper was weaving between my legs, hoping for a treat. I felt a chill, that sudden, sharp cold, right behind me. I turned around, but there was nothing there, just the empty stretch of kitchen. Jasper stopped dead. He looked past me toward the hallway and let out a hiss so vicious it sounded like it was being ripped out of him. His whole body went rigid. Then the pantry door swung shut. It didn't just close, it was yanked. The force of it was so violent, the whole frame shuddered. The sound was a loud, sharp crack that echoed through the whole house. I actually jumped, my heart instantly hammering against my ribs. I just stood there staring at the closed door, a can of tomato soup still cold in my hand. My first thought was, what the hell was that? My second, colder thought was, it's here. I forced myself to walk over to the door. My hand was shaking when I reached for the knob. It felt ice cold, like metal left out in the snow. I turned it and pulled. The door opened normally. Inside, everything was as I'd left it. Rows of cans, boxes of pasta, nothing out of place. But the air in the pantry was freezing. It poured out into the kitchen, a wave of winter air in my warm house. I shut the door again, my mind racing. I tried to rationalize it, a draft, but there are no windows in the pantry. The house settling. Houses don't settle with that much focused, violent force. The rest of the afternoon was a write-off. I was on edge. Every little noise made me flinch. The hum of the refrigerator cycling on sounded like a threat. I kept seeing movement in the periphery of my vision, just a flicker, a shift in the shadows, gone when I turned my head. It was the feeling of being watched, but not from one spot. It felt like the whole house was watching me. I called my sister. I didn't say what was happening. I never do. I just asked how she was doing. Her voice was tight, strained. She said she'd had a bad dream last night. She dreamed about a door, a white door, slamming over and over again. She said in the dream she could feel the vibrations in her teeth. We talked about normal stuff for a few minutes, but the unspoken thing was hanging there between us, heavy and ugly. We both knew something was stirring. As evening fell, the atmosphere in the house thickened. It's hard to describe, but it's a physical sensation. The air gets heavy, like before a thunderstorm, but there's no weather coming. It's a pressure, a weight on your chest and your mind. The flickering got worse. The living room lamp would dim, stay dim for a full 5 seconds, then buzz back to life. It was doing it in a rhythm almost. Dim, bright, dim, bright. Like a slow, ominous heartbeat. Jasper was a wreck. He wasn't just hissing anymore. He was cowering. He'd wedged himself under the armchair in the corner, his eyes wide and fixed on the hallway leading to the bedrooms. He wouldn't come out, not even for food. I tried to coax him with a treat, and he just stared past me, trembling. I decided I wasn't going to just sit there. I felt a surge of stupid, desperate anger. This is my house. I was so sick of this feeling, this lifelong invasion. I got up and I started walking through the house, turning on every single light. Hallway light, on bathroom light, on bedroom light, on closet light, on. I was flooding the place with light, trying to burn the shadows out. It felt like a challenge, a stupid human challenge to something that wasn't human. For a little while it seemed to work. The flickering stopped. The house was silent except for the hum of all the bulbs. I stood in the middle of the living room, breathing heavily, feeling a tiny bit of victory, Maybe it just needed to be confronted. That's when I heard it. A whisper. It came from down the hall, from my bedroom. It wasn't a word. It was just a sound, a rush of air shaped like a voice. It was too soft to make out, but it had an intonation, a cadence. It was meant to be speech. My blood went cold. All the bravery I'd mustered evaporated. This was new. The flickering lights, the cold spots, the doors. They were unnerving, but they were just phenomena. This was a sound. This was a presence making a sound directed at me. I didn't move. I stood frozen in my brightly lit living room, listening so hard my ears started to ring with the silence. The house was still again, too still. The normal nighttime sounds, the crickets outside, the distant hum of a car, had all vanished. It was a vacuum of silence. Then the light in the hallway went out. Not a flicker. It just died. 1 second it was on, the next it was pitch black. The darkness in the hallway was absolute. A wall of blackness separating me from the rest of the house. My heart was pounding in my throat. I could feel my own pulse in my fingertips. I took a step backward toward the front door. My plan was to just get out, run to my car and drive. I didn't care where, just away. As I took that step back, the living room lamp began to dim. It wasn't the slow flicker from before. This was a fast, steady dimming, like a hand was slowly turning a dial. The light shrank from a bright pool on the carpet to a dull orange glow from the filament, and then to nothing. Darkness. I was standing in near total blackness. The only light was a faint glow from the digital clock on the microwave in the kitchen, casting long, distorted shadows. And then I felt it. The cold. It wasn't a spot this time. It was a wave. It washed over me from the direction of the hallway, so intense it made me gasp. It was the cold of a deep, dark place, a grave cold. I couldn't see into the hallway, but I knew something was standing there. I could feel its attention on me, a focused, malevolent pressure. I could feel it looking at me from the darkness. My skin was crawling, covered in goosebumps. My breath was coming in shallow, ragged pants, puffing out in little clouds in the freezing air. I was backing up slowly, my hands behind me, feeling for the front door. My eyes were glued to the black opening of the hallway. I was waiting for something to come out. A shape. A face. Anything. It didn't come out. Instead, the door to my bedroom, all the way down that dark hall, slammed shut. The sound was enormous. It wasn't just the crack of wood. It was a sound of finality, of pure force. It was the sound the pantry door had made, but multiplied by 10. The whole house shook. A picture frame fell off the wall next to me, and the glass shattered on the floor. The slam seemed to break the spell. The cold vanished instantly, the air warming back up to normal room temperature so fast it was disorienting. At the same moment, all the lights in the house buzzed and flickered back on, blindingly bright. I stood there panting, surrounded by light and the smell of my own fear. I could hear Jasper meowing pitifully from under the chair. The normal night sounds slowly filtered back in. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with every light on. Jasper finally curled in a tight ball on my lap, both of us trembling. I didn't go down the hall. I didn't check the bedroom door. In the morning, when the sun was fully up, I finally went to look. The bedroom door was closed. There was no damage to the frame, no mark on the door. It looked perfectly normal. I opened it. The room inside was normal too. My bed was made, my clothes were on the chair. Everything was in its place. But on the floor, right in the center of the room, was one of Jasper's cat toys, a little felt mouse. I know for a fact I left it in the living room basket. I remember seeing it there before all this started. I left it on the floor. I didn't touch it. I just closed the door and haven't opened it since. I've been sleeping on the couch. I can't explain any of it. Not really. I just know that something was in my house that night, and it knew I was there. It knew my sister and I were connected to it, and I have this horrible sinking feeling that the slammed door wasn't an attack. It was a message. It was telling me that a door was open now and it wasn't going to close. Story 8. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone before, but I've been reading through some of the stories on here, and I figured it's time I got mine out. It's something that's stuck with me for years, and even now, thinking about it makes my skin crawl a little. I was just a kid, maybe 7 or 8 years old, living in this tiny town in California. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and nothing much ever happens. I was a quiet kid, kind of a loner. I didn't have many friends, and I spent a lot of time by myself, especially at recess. That all changed when I met Gabriel. It was in the sandbox on the school playground. I remember it was one of those hot, dry days where the air felt heavy and the sun beat down on everything. The sandbox was old, with faded wooden edges and sand that was more dirt than anything else. I used to sit there alone, digging holes or making little mountains, just killing time. One day, I looked up, and there he was, a boy about my age with dark hair and these serious eyes. He was just sitting there watching me. At first I thought he was new or something, but I'd never seen him around before. He didn't say anything at first, just started pushing sand around with his hands. After a minute he looked at me and smiled. "Want to play?" he asked. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper. I nodded, and that's how it started. We'd meet in the sandbox almost every day during recess. He was the only friend I had, and I looked forward to seeing him. But there was something weird about it from the beginning. For one, he always played with these green bees. I know how that sounds. Green bees? But I swear, they were there, not like normal bees. They were this bright, almost neon green, and they'd buzz around us but never sting. Gabriel would let them land on his hands, and he'd talk to them like they were pets. I thought it was cool at the time, but now it gives me chills. He made me promise not to tell anyone about him. "It's our secret," he'd say. "If you tell, I might not be able to come back." So I kept quiet. I didn't even mention him to my parents. Looking back, I guess that was the first red flag. But I was just a kid, and I was so happy to have a friend. Then one day, he just wasn't there anymore. I went to the sandbox, and he was gone. No goodbye, nothing. I waited for him the next day, and the day after that, but he never showed up. I felt crushed, like I'd lost the only person who understood me. I started spending recess alone again, just sitting in the sandbox, hoping he'd come back. Months went by, and I kind of pushed it to the back of my mind. I started second grade, and things felt a little better. But then, one day in the fall, I saw him again. I was walking across the playground, and there he was, sitting in the sandbox, like he'd never left. My heart jumped. I was so excited. I ran over and sat down next to him. "Where have you been?" I asked. He just shrugged and smiled that same quiet smile. "I'm here now," he said. We started playing like old times with the green bees buzzing around, but this time something felt off. He seemed paler, almost see-through if I looked at him too long. And the bees, they were still green, but their buzzing sounded different, like it was coming from far away. That's when the teachers started noticing. I guess I was talking to him out loud, responding to things he said, and from the outside it must have looked like I was talking to myself. One of the aides, Mrs. Gable, came over and asked who I was talking to. I froze. I remembered Gabriel's warning, so I just said, "No one." But she kept watching me. And later that day, she pulled me aside and took me to the principal's office. I was scared. I thought I was in trouble for something. The office was small and smelled like old paper and cleaning supplies. Principal Davies was there, along with Mrs. Gable and my teacher, Ms. Albright. They sat me down and started asking questions in these gentle voices, like they were trying not to scare me. "Sweetie, we've noticed you've been spending a lot of time alone, and today you were talking to someone in the sandbox. Can you tell us about your friend?" I didn't know what to say. I kept my mouth shut, shaking my head, but they were persistent. Ms. Albright leaned in and said, "It's okay. You can tell us. We just want to help." So, finally I mumbled, "His name is Gabriel. We play in the sandbox." The room went quiet. Principal Davies exchanged a look with Mrs. Gable, and then he turned back to me. "Gabriel," he asked, his voice kind of strained. "What does he look like?" I described him. Dark hair, serious eyes, always wearing a blue shirt and jeans. As I talked, Principal Davies' face went pale. He stood up and went to a filing cabinet, pulling out an old folder. He showed me a picture from a yearbook or something. It was a boy who looked exactly like Gabriel. "Is this him?" he asked. I nodded, confused. "Yeah, that's Gabriel." That's when they told me. Gabriel wasn't a new student. He wasn't even alive. He had died 3 years before I even started school. He was playing in that same sandbox when he got stung by a bee, a regular bee, not a green one, and he had a severe allergic reaction. They couldn't get help in time, and he died right there on the playground. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. My stomach twisted, and I started shaking. I couldn't breathe properly. All those times I'd played with him, talked to him. It wasn't real, but it felt so real. I remembered the feel of the sand under my fingers, the way he laughed, the green bees buzzing. How could it not be real? Principal Davies explained that after Gabriel died, the school had talked about removing the sandbox, but they never did until recently. They just started renovations a week before I saw him again that second time. He said that sometimes kids imagine things, especially if they're lonely, but the way I described Gabriel, down to the clothes he wore, matched exactly with the boy who died. I started crying. I didn't know what to believe. Part of me wanted to argue, to say that he was real, that I saw him, but another part was terrified. They sent me home early that day, and my mom came to pick me up. She was worried, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her everything. I just said I wasn't feeling well. When I went back to school a few days later, the sandbox was gone. They'd torn it out and put in a new swing set. I never saw Gabriel again. No green bees, nothing, just an empty space where we used to play. Even now, years later, I think about it. I'm grateful for those moments of friendship because I was so lonely, and he made me feel less alone. But it also freaks me out. How did I see him? Why did the bees look green? Was it all in my head, or was he really there? I'll never know for sure. But that day in the office, learning the truth, changed everything. I still get chills when I think about it. And sometimes I dream about that sandbox and those green bees. It's something I can't explain, and I guess I never will. Story 9. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone outside of a few close friends. And even then, I don't think I've ever gotten the whole thing out without breaking down or feeling like I'm going to be sick. But here goes nothing. I need to get this off my chest. And maybe typing it out will help. Or maybe it'll just make it worse. I don't know. But I can't keep it bottled up anymore. This happened about 2 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. I was living with my roommate Alex in this shitty apartment on the outskirts of town. We'd been friends since college, and things were usually pretty normal between us. But a few months before all this went down, Alex got caught up in this huge scandal at work. He'd been having homosexual encounters with a co-worker, and when it got out, everything blew up. He lost his job, his family basically disowned him, and he fell into this deep, dark depression. It was brutal to watch. He stopped eating much, started drinking coffee like it was water, like pot after pot every day, and he'd just sit in his room for hours reading the Bible. Not in a religious way, but almost like he was punishing himself, you know? Like he was trying to find answers or maybe cleanse himself. But it just made him more withdrawn. The day it happened, I was at work. I'm a graphic designer, so I was stuck in front of my computer, trying to finish up some project, but I couldn't focus. I had this weird, nagging feeling all morning, like something was wrong. It wasn't a thought, more like a physical sensation. This tightness in my chest, and my skin felt all prickly, like static electricity was running through me. I kept checking my phone, but no messages from Alex. He hadn't been answering my texts for a couple of days, which wasn't totally unusual given how he'd been. But today, it felt different. Around noon, I just couldn't take it anymore. I told my boss I felt sick and had to go home. I didn't even pack up my stuff properly. I just grabbed my keys and left. The drive home was surreal. It was one of those overcast days where the sky is this flat grey blanket and everything feels heavy. I remember the radio was on, but I wasn't really hearing it. My mind was racing, thinking about Alex. Was he okay? Had he done something stupid? I didn't know. But my hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and I had to keep wiping my palms on my jeans because they were sweaty. When I pulled into the apartment complex, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Normally, there's some noise, kids playing, cars coming and going, but today it was dead silent, like the air itself was holding its breath. I parked and walked up to our unit on the second floor. The door was unlocked, which was weird because Alex usually kept it locked, especially after everything that happened. I pushed it open slowly, and that's when I heard it. From down the hall, coming from Alex's room, there was this noise. It wasn't a scream, not at first. It was like a low growl mixed with laughter, but it was all wrong. It sounded animal, not human. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I called out, "Alex, you in there?" No answer, just that sound getting louder. I walked down the hall, my footsteps echoing on the cheap laminate flooring. The door to his room was slightly ajar, and I could see a sliver of light from inside. I pushed it open, and what I saw, I still have nightmares about it. Alex was on the floor, in the middle of the room, surrounded by empty coffee mugs and open Bibles. His body was twisted in this impossible way, like his spine was bending in places it shouldn't. His eyes were rolled back so far that only the whites were visible, and his mouth was open in this grotesque grin. He was screaming and laughing at the same time, but the laugh was this harsh, guttural thing that made my skin crawl. I froze in the doorway, my brain trying to process what I was seeing. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion. I could smell something too, this metallic, coppery scent, like blood. But also something else, something sour and sickly sweet like rotten fruit. Later I realized it was probably from him, not eating and just drinking coffee, but in that moment, it felt evil. Then he started speaking, or not speaking. It was more like his voice was coming from somewhere else. It was deep and raspy, nothing like his normal voice. He said, "It's the devil," but it was distorted, like two people talking at once. And then he started speaking backwards. I don't mean gibberish. I mean actual words reversed, like evil became live or something. But it was too fast and messed up for me to catch everything. His lips were moving, but the sounds didn't match, and his body kept twisting, his arms and legs contorting like he was being pulled by invisible strings. I tried to step closer, to maybe shake him out of it, but my legs felt like jelly. I remember my breath catching in my chest, and I could feel cold sweat dripping down my back. "Alex, stop it!" I yelled, but he didn't even seem to hear me. His head snapped toward me, and those white eyes felt like they were staring right through me. He let out this growl that vibrated through the floor, and I swear the room got colder, like the temperature dropped 10 degrees in seconds. That's when he reached for the butcher knife. It was lying on the floor near him, and I hadn't even noticed it before. My mind flashed to the kitchen. We kept it in a block on the counter, and he must have taken it earlier. He grabbed it with both hands, and his fingers were curled around the handle in this unnatural grip. He brought it up to his stomach, and I screamed, "No, Alex, don't!" But it was like he was in a trance. He pressed the blade against his abdomen, and I could see the fabric of his shirt tear. What happened next is burned into my memory. He didn't just stab himself. He made this slow, deliberate cut, and then he reached in with his hands and started pulling. I saw his intestines, this pinkish-grey coil, slither out onto the floor. There was blood everywhere, pooling around him, and the smell hit me like a physical blow, metallic and thick, mixed with that sourness. I threw up right there on the carpet, my stomach heaving until there was nothing left. Somehow, I managed to fumble for my phone and call 911. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial, and I was crying, telling the operator that my roommate was hurt, that he'd hurt himself. I didn't know how to explain what I'd seen, so I just kept saying, he's bleeding a lot. While I was on the phone, Alex was still moving, his body twitching, and that demonic voice was still coming out of him, though it was weaker now, more like a whisper. He was saying things backwards, and I caught a few words that sounded like Bible verses, but twisted. The paramedics arrived what felt like hours later, but it was probably only a few minutes. They rushed in, and I was just standing there, covered in my own vomit, shaking. They started working on Alex, but he was still fighting them. His eyes still rolled back. That's when Pastor Daniel showed up. He's this guy from a local church that Alex had started visiting after the scandal, and I guess one of the neighbors must have called him or something. He came in, and without hesitating, he started praying over Alex, not like a quiet prayer, but loud and forceful, like he was commanding something. He was saying things like, "In the name of Jesus, I command you to leave this body." And Alex started convulsing, his back arching off the floor. I was watching from the corner, my knees giving out, so I slid down the wall and just sat there, numb. The paramedics were trying to stabilize Alex, and Pastor Daniel kept praying, and for a moment Alex's eyes rolled forward and he looked at me. It was only for a second, but I saw recognition in his eyes, and then they rolled back again. They got him on a stretcher and rushed him to the hospital, and Pastor Daniel stayed with me for a bit, trying to comfort me, but I couldn't hear anything he was saying. All I could see was that image of Alex pulling out his own guts, and that voice echoing in my head. Later at the hospital, they told me Alex had survived the surgery. They said it was a miracle he didn't bleed out, and that the damage was extensive but repairable. He was in a coma for a while, and when he woke up, he didn't remember anything. Not the scandal, not the Bible reading, not what happened that day, nothing. The doctors called it dissociative amnesia or something, but I know what I saw. I know it was possession or something like it. I'm not a super religious person, but after that, I can't deny it. The rest of that day is a blur. I went home, and the apartment was a mess. Blood on the floor, paramedic wrappers everywhere. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on the couch, staring at the wall, jumping at every little sound. And that's when the nightmares started. I'd dream of this demonic creature, this shadowy thing with too many limbs and eyes that glowed red, and it would be hovering over Alex, whispering in that backwards voice. I'd wake up gasping, my heart trying to beat out of my chest. I moved out a month later, couldn't stay there anymore. Alex eventually recovered physically, but we don't talk much now. It's too hard. Every time I see him, I remember that day, and I feel this cold dread wash over me. I'm still traumatized, still jumpy, and I can't hear someone laugh too loud without flinching. I don't know why it happened or what it means, but that day is stuck with me forever, and sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I still hear that voice, and I wonder if it's really over. Story 10. But that morning started normal enough. I woke up early, like around 7, because the sun was streaming through my window and hitting my face. My room was at the end of the hallway, right next to the bathroom and across from the laundry room. The hallway itself was this long, narrow space with wood floors that creaked no matter how lightly you stepped. The walls were painted this pale yellow color, but in certain lights it looked almost sickly, like old parchment. I remember because I used to stare at them when I was too scared to move. I got out of bed and headed to the kitchen to get some cereal. The house was quiet, too quiet. My sister was still asleep in her room, and the only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing outside. I ate my cereal at the table, feeling this odd sense of dread building in my stomach. It wasn't anything specific at first, just this nagging feeling that something was wrong. I tried to shake it off, thinking I was just being a kid with an overactive imagination. After breakfast, I decided to go back to my room to play with some toys. To get there, I had to walk down that hallway. As I was walking, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A face, just for a split second, in the hallway. It wasn't a full-on person or anything. It was more like a shadowy outline, but with features that looked human. Pale, kind of blurred. But I swear I saw eyes staring right at me. My heart jumped into my throat, and I froze right there in the middle of the hall. I didn't scream or anything. I just stood there, my breath catching in my chest. It was gone as fast as it appeared, but the image stuck with me. I remember the way the hair on my arms stood up, and how cold the air felt suddenly, like someone had opened a window in winter. I hurried into my room and shut the door, leaning against it like I could block whatever it was out. My hands were trembling, and I felt this cold sweat on my back. I tried to tell myself it was just a trick of the light, but I knew it wasn't. I'd seen faces in that hallway before, but never so clear, and never when I was alone in the house like this. Usually it happened at night, or when everyone was around and I could brush it off. But this time, it felt personal, like it was meant for me. I stayed in my room for what felt like hours, just sitting on my bed and staring at the door. I could hear my sister moving around in her room eventually, but I didn't want to go out. Around 10 in the morning I had to use the bathroom, so I cracked the door open and peeked into the hallway. It was empty, but the air still felt heavy, like after a storm. I dashed to the bathroom, did my business as fast as I could, and then ran back to my room. As I was closing the door, I thought I saw another flicker in the hall, but I didn't look back. I just slammed the door and locked it, even though the lock was one of those flimsy ones that didn't really do much. Later that day, maybe around noon, I got hungry again and decided to risk going to the kitchen. My sister was in the living room watching TV, so I felt a little braver. I made myself a sandwich and ate it quickly, standing by the counter because I didn't want to sit down and let my guard down. That's when I remembered I had left my favorite balloon in the laundry room the day before. It was one of those helium balloons from a birthday party, and it had drifted in there and gotten stuck behind the washing machine. I didn't want to lose it, so I figured I'd go grab it while my sister was nearby. The laundry room was this small, windowless space off the hallway right next to my room. It always smelled like detergent and damp clothes, and the light in there was this single bare bulb that cast weird shadows. I pushed the door open slowly, and the first thing I noticed was that the balloon wasn't where I left it. It was floating in the middle of the room, about chest high, just hovering there, not moving, not drifting, just suspended. I stared at it for a second, confused, and then, I swear this happened, a bright flash filled the room. It wasn't like a camera flash. It was brighter, almost blinding, and it came from nowhere. No sound, no source, just this sudden burst of light that made me squeeze my eyes shut. When I opened them, the balloon was gone. Vanished, like it had never been there. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I stumbled backward out of the room, my legs feeling like jelly. I didn't even look back. I just ran to the living room where my sister was. She was glued to some cartoon and didn't even glance at me. I sat down on the couch, trying to act normal, but I was shaking. I didn't tell her what happened because I knew she'd just laugh or call me a baby. So I sat there pretending to watch TV, but all I could think about was that flash and the balloon. Where did it go? Why did it flash? It made no sense. The rest of the afternoon dragged on. I stayed in the living room as long as I could, but eventually my sister went to her room to do homework, and I was left alone again. The fear was building up inside me, this constant buzz under my skin. I kept feeling like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me from every corner. I'd turn around quickly, expecting to see something, but there was never anything there, just empty spaces and that creepy silence. Around 4 in the afternoon, I decided to go to my room to read a book or something. anything to distract myself. As I walked down the hallway, I avoided looking at the walls, keeping my eyes on the floor. But then I heard a noise from the laundry room, a soft thud like something falling. I froze again, my breath hitching. Part of me wanted to investigate, but most of me was screaming to run. Curiosity won out, I guess, because I crept toward the door and pushed it open slowly. The room was dark because the light was off, but from the hallway light, I could see that the chair we kept in there for folding clothes was moved. It was usually tucked under a small table, but now it was pulled out, sitting in the middle of the room, and it was rocking, just slightly back and forth like someone had just gotten up from it. But no one was there. I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach, and my hands started to sweat. I reached for the light switch, flicked it on, and the bulb buzzed to life. The chair stopped rocking immediately, but it was still out of place. I stood there, staring at it. And that's when I noticed the balloon was back. It was lying on the floor in the corner, deflated and wrinkled, like all the air had been sucked out of it. I didn't wait to see anything else. I backed out of the room, my heart hammering against my ribs, and ran to my bedroom. I locked the door and shoved my dresser in front of it, which was stupid, because it was heavy and I could barely move it, but I was desperate. I sat on my bed, hugging my knees, and just listened. The house was silent again, but that feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. It was like there was someone right outside my door, breathing, waiting. As evening approached, the sky outside started to darken, and the shadows in my room grew longer. I didn't turn on the light because I was too scared to move from my spot. I just sat there watching the door, expecting it to open at any moment. My mind was racing with all the things that had happened, the faces, the flash, the balloon, the chair. It felt like the house was alive, and it was toying with me. Then, around 6 o'clock, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps, like someone was pacing back and forth. I held my breath, trying to listen. They didn't sound like my sister's steps. Hers were lighter, quicker. These were heavier, almost dragging. I pressed my ear against the door, and I could hear them getting closer. My whole body was tense, and I felt this primal fear take over, the kind that makes you want to curl into a ball and disappear. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I could feel a presence there, like a weight pressing against the wood. I didn't dare look through the keyhole or anything. I just backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door handle. It didn't move, but I heard a soft scratching sound, like nails dragging across the surface. It went on for what felt like minutes, and then it stopped. Everything went quiet again, but the fear didn't leave. It clung to me, cold and suffocating. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually I heard my mom come home from work. Her voice calling my name from the living room was the most relieving sound I'd ever heard. I unlocked the door and pushed the dresser away, my hands still shaking. I ran out and hugged her, not saying anything about what happened. She probably thought I was just being clingy, but I didn't care. For the rest of the night, I stuck close to her, avoiding the hallway and the laundry room like they were poisoned. That day was the worst of it, but the feeling never really went away. I started sleeping with the lights on and would never go into certain parts of the house alone. Even now, as an adult, I get chills thinking about it. I never found an explanation for any of it. No gas leaks, no electrical issues, nothing. It's just one of those things that happened, and I've never been able to forget it. A detour to Story 11. The one that started it for me, the one that's mine, happened when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. I don't remember the exact year, and I don't want to. It was a school night, must have been autumn, because I remember my window was closed, but the room wasn't hot. I woke up needing to pee, that kind of urgent, half-asleep need that pulls you from a dream. My room was at the end of the hall, right across from my parents' bedroom. The bathroom was next to their door. I climbed out of bed, the carpet rough and cold under my bare feet, and I shuffled to my door. I opened it as quietly as I could, not wanting to wake anyone. The hallway was dark, but not pitch black. A little nightlight was plugged in near the bathroom, casting a weak orange glow that just made the shadows deeper. I was halfway to the bathroom when my parents' bedroom door opened. I remember the relief I felt. It was my mom. I saw her silhouette against the dim light from their window. She had on her long, pale blue nightgown, the one with the little lace at the collar. She didn't look at me. She just stepped out into the hallway and started walking towards me. I remember thinking she must be going to check on my baby brother, whose room was past mine. I stopped, waiting for her to say something, to put a hand on my head like she always did. But she didn't. She walked right past me. She was close enough that I could have reached out and touched the sleeve of her nightgown. I caught a whiff of her smell, that familiar mix of laundry soap and her skin. I opened my mouth to say, "Hi, Mom," but the words got stuck in my throat because she didn't stop. She walked straight towards the wall at the end of the hallway, the one with the linen closet door, and then she walked through it. I don't mean she opened the door. The closet door was shut. I mean she phased. She just dissolved into the wood and the wall. 1 second she was a solid person. The next she was gone, and the hallway was empty. The whole thing was silent. There was no sound of a door opening or closing, no footsteps after she passed me. Nothing. Just the hum of the refrigerator from downstairs. I stood there frozen. My need to pee was gone, replaced by a cold, tight feeling in my chest. My brain was screaming that what I just saw was impossible, but my eyes were insisting it happened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't run. I just stood there, staring at the blank wall, waiting for her to come back out. After what felt like an hour but was probably only 10 seconds, I turned and ran back into my room, jumped into bed, and pulled the covers over my head. I didn't go to the bathroom. I held it until the sun came up. I told myself it was a dream, a weird, hyper-real dream. I was a kid. I had weird dreams all the time. I locked it away in that part of my mind where you put things that don't make sense. Years went by. We never moved out of that house. I grew up, went to high school, moved out for college. The memory of that night became like a faded photograph, something I'd look at once in a while and wonder about, but never with any real fear. It was just a strange kid thing. Then, a few years ago, I was back home visiting my parents. I was in my late 20s by then. My dad had retired, and he'd turned the garage into this elaborate workshop. He was always tinkering with something. That day, he was trying to fix an old lamp for my mum, and he asked me to give him a hand holding a piece while he soldered it. It was a comfortable silence, the kind you only have with family. The radio was playing some oldies station softly in the background. I was looking at all his tools hanging neatly on the pegboard when he suddenly said, "You know, I never told you kids this because your mom thought it would scare you. But I think this house might be haunted." The word haunted hit me like a physical thing. That cold stone in my gut shifted. I tried to keep my voice casual. "Oh yeah? Why do you say that?" He put his soldering iron down and wiped his hands on his jeans. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring at a blank spot on the wall, like he was seeing something else. "It's just little things," he said. "Stuff that's easy to explain away if you want to, but there's one thing I could never explain." He told me it happened about a year after we moved in. He was out here in the workshop, which was just a half-finished garage back then. It was late, probably after 11. He was working on a bookshelf, sanding down a piece of wood. He said he heard his name called, not shouted, just called, clear as day. It sounded like it came from right behind him, from the doorway that led into the house. "It sounded like your mom," he said. So I turned around, thinking she needed me, but there was no one there. The door was shut. I figured I was just hearing things, you know. Tired. So I turned back to my work. He picked up a wrench, turning it over in his hands as he spoke, and then I felt it, a hand on my shoulder, a firm, solid pressure. like someone was trying to get my attention. I could feel the weight of it, the shape of the fingers. I spun around so fast I almost fell over. Nothing. The room was empty. But as I was turning, I saw the bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. It was swinging just slightly, back and forth, like someone had just bumped it. He looked at me then, and his eyes were completely serious. There was no joke in them. I stood there for a full minute, just watching that bulb swing. There were no windows open, no draft, nothing. It just kept swinging, slower and slower, until it finally stopped. I packed up my tools and went inside. Your mum was already asleep in bed. I never told her about it. What would I have said? I felt the air go out of me. My own memory, the one I'd kept locked away for 2 decades, was suddenly right there in the front of my mind, vivid and sharp. I didn't tell him what I saw. I just listened, my heart hammering against my ribs. He went on, almost like he was relieved to finally be telling someone. That wasn't the only time either. When your brother was a baby, just a few months old, your mom and I were in the living room watching TV. We heard a voice from the nursery, a clear adult voice. It said, "Shh," just like that, a sharp shh, like you do to quiet a crying baby. We both heard it. We looked at each other and just bolted up the stairs. We threw the door open and your brother was fast asleep in his crib, peaceful as anything. The room was empty. He took a deep breath. And your mom, she never liked to talk about it, still doesn't. But one night she was making the bed, tucking in the sheets on her side. She was on her knees, reaching under to straighten the skirt. Something grabbed her ankle. She said it felt like a cold, strong hand, and it yanked hard. She screamed and scrambled back onto the bed. She refused to sleep in there for a week. We checked for rats, for wires, for anything. There was nothing. We sat in silence for a while after that. The radio played some old Beatles song. I could hear the hum of the fridge from the kitchen, just like I had that night in the hallway. All these little pieces, these fragments of fear from my family, were suddenly swirling around me. They weren't just my weird childhood dream anymore. They were part of something, a pattern. That's the part that gets me, even now, the ordinariness of it all. It wasn't a demonic face in the mirror or furniture flying across the room. It was a hand on a shoulder, a voice saying shh, a tug on an ankle, a figure in a nightgown walking through a wall, small, intimate violations. Things that could be explained away as tiredness, as imagination, as the house settling. But when you put them all together, they form a picture you can't ignore. I never did tell my dad what I saw. What would be the point? It wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't make any of it make more sense. All it would do is add one more strange, unexplainable event to the pile. We would just be 2 people, sitting in a workshop, surrounded by tools and solid, real things, talking about a cold hand that wasn't there and a mother who walked through a wall. So I just keep it to myself. I live my life, I pay my bills. I don't believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw. I know what my dad felt. I know what my mom heard. And sometimes, when I'm visiting and I walk down that hallway to the bathroom, I'll catch myself glancing at that wall, the one by the linen closet. I'll look at it, and for a split second, I'll almost see the faint outline of a woman in a pale blue nightgown. And I'll feel that same cold stone of dread in my stomach, and I'll remember that some things just are, and no amount of not believing is ever going to change that. Story 12. Hours passed and the worry started to gnaw at me. It wasn't like her to stay out this late without at least sending a text. The snow had been coming down hard all day, and by now it was piling up in drifts against the house. I kept peeking out the window, but all I could see was white, white on the ground, white in the air, just this endless, blinding whiteness that made everything feel isolated and silent. My phone was dead because I'd forgotten to charge it, so I couldn't even call her. I tried to shake off the anxiety, telling myself she was a grown woman and could handle herself. But something felt off. The cold had a way of making everything seem more dangerous, like the world outside was just waiting to swallow you whole. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I heard a noise at the front door. At first, I thought it was the wind rattling the handle, but then there was a thud, like something heavy hitting the wood. I jumped up, my heart pounding, and rushed to the door. When I pulled it open, the cold hit me like a physical blow, and there she was. My sister, collapsed in a heap on the entryway floor, soaking wet and shivering uncontrollably. Her coat was thin, the kind you wear in fall, not in the dead of a Minnesota winter, and it was caked with snow and mud. Her jeans were soaked through, and her hair was matted with ice. She smelled strongly of alcohol, but underneath that, there was the sharp metallic scent of cold, the kind that tells you someone's been out in the elements for too long. I dragged her inside, my hands shaking as I tried to get her out of her wet clothes. She was barely conscious, mumbling incoherently, and her skin was pale and clammy. I wrapped her in every blanket I could find and turned up the heat, but she kept shivering, her teeth chattering so hard I thought they might break. I kept talking to her, saying her name, trying to get her to focus, but her eyes were glazed over like she wasn't really there. After what felt like an eternity, she started to come around a little, enough to where she could string a few words together. That's when she began to tell me what happened, and that's when the real fear set in, not just for her, but for both of us. She said she'd been at the bar with her girlfriend, and things had gone south fast. They'd gotten into an argument, something stupid about money or trust, and her girlfriend had just left her there, alone and upset. My sister isn't a big drinker, but that night she started slamming back shots, trying to numb the hurt. She lost track of how many she had, and before long she was blackout drunk. The bartender cut her off and told her she had to leave. She stumbled out into the freezing cold, with nothing but that thin coat and no idea how she was going to get home. The snow was coming down in sheets, and the wind cut through her like a knife. She started walking, but she was so disoriented that she kept veering off the path and into ditches alongside the road. She told me about falling over and over again. The snow was deep, and every time she tripped, it felt like sinking into a cold, soft grave. She'd struggled to get up, her limbs heavy and uncoordinated, only to fall again a few steps later. At one point, she just gave up. She lay down in a ditch, the snow piling up around her, and she felt this overwhelming sense of peace, like it would be easier to just close her eyes and let go. The cold didn't hurt anymore. It was almost comforting, like a blanket pulling her under. She was seconds away from passing out, from hypothermia taking over, when something jolted her awake. It wasn't a gentle nudge or a quiet whisper. It was a loud, sharp voice. A man's voice, she thought, yelling, "Wake up," right in her ear. She said it was so clear and so close that she flinched, expecting to see someone standing over her, but when she opened her eyes, there was no one there. Just the empty, snow-covered road, the dark outlines of trees, and the relentless wind. The voice had cut through the drunken haze like a slap, and suddenly she was wide awake, her heart racing. She didn't know where it came from or who it was, but it felt real, so real that she scrambled to her feet, fueled by this burst of adrenaline she didn't know she had. She started walking again, this time with a purpose. She didn't know how far she had to go, but she pushed through the snow, her body aching and numb. Every step was a struggle, but that voice kept echoing in her head, pushing her forward. She said it was like having someone there with her, even though she was completely alone. The snow crunched under her boots, and the cold air burned her lungs, but she kept going, driven by this inexplicable force. She walked for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a couple of miles, until she finally saw the lights of our house in the distance. She barely made it to the door before collapsing, and that's where I found her. As she finished telling me this, her voice was shaky, and she kept looking around the room like she expected to see something, or someone, lurking in the shadows. I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold outside. How could she have heard a voice like that out in the middle of nowhere, with no one around? We live in a rural area. There aren't houses nearby, and at that time of night, especially in a snowstorm, no one would be out walking. I asked her if she was sure it wasn't a dream or a hallucination from the alcohol, but she insisted it was real. She said the voice was too loud, too urgent, to be anything but real. I helped her to the couch and made her some tea, but neither of us could relax. The fear was palpable, hanging in the air between us. Every creak of the house made us jump, and I found myself staring out the window into the darkness, half expecting to see a figure standing there. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a passing car or someone shouting from a distance, but nothing fit. The road she was on is quiet, especially in winter, and with the snow muffling everything, sound doesn't carry far. For a voice to be that clear, that close, it had to be right next to her, but there was no one. The rest of the night was a blur of exhaustion and dread. I stayed up with her, watching her sleep fitfully, her body still trembling from the cold. Every time she stirred, I wondered if she was hearing that voice again. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, something that had intervened to save her, but might not be entirely benevolent. It's one thing to believe in guardian angels or spirits, but when it happens to someone you love, it stops being a story and becomes something terrifyingly real. By morning, the snow had stopped and the sun came out, casting a bright, almost cheerful light over everything. But the warmth didn't reach inside me. My sister was better, physically at least, but she was quiet, withdrawn. She didn't want to talk about it anymore, and I didn't push her. We went about our day like normal, but every time I looked at her, I saw the fear in her eyes, and I felt it too. That voice, that mysterious intervention, it saved her life. But it also left us with a question that has no answer. Who was it? What was it? And why did it happen? Even now, years later, I still think about that night. My sister eventually moved away from Minnesota, partly because of that experience. She says she can't stand the cold anymore, but I think it's more than that. She doesn't like talking about it, and when she does, her voice gets quiet, and she looks over her shoulder like she's checking for something. As for me, I've never been able to explain it. I've read stories about people hearing voices in near-death situations, but it doesn't make it any less frightening. The idea that there might be forces out there that we can't see or understand, things that can reach into our world and change the course of events, it's both awe-inspiring and utterly terrifying. That day, from the moment I started worrying about her to the moment she collapsed in the entryway, was the longest of my life. The horror isn't just in what happened to her, it's in the unknown. The voice that came from nowhere and saved her, but left us with a fear that never really goes away. Sometimes, when I'm alone on a cold night, I'll hear a noise and my heart will skip a beat, wondering if it's that voice again, calling out from the darkness. I don't know if it was a ghost, an angel, or something else, but I do know that it happened, and nothing will ever make sense of it. It just happened, and then it was over, but the chill remains like a shadow you can't shake. Story 13. The weird stuff had started not long after she told us. Little things at first. You'd hear footsteps on the stairs when you knew everyone was in their rooms. You'd catch a flicker of movement in the corner of your eye, just a dark shape darting past a doorway. We'd all kind of laugh it off, blame it on the old house settling, or the stress we were under. But it kept happening, and it always seemed to be worse when Lily was around. This one night it all came to a head. I remember it was a Thursday. Dan was working the overnight shift at the hospital, so it was just me and Lily in the house. She was about 7 months along at that point, huge and uncomfortable, and the heat wasn't helping. I was in my room, trying to focus on some work, but the sound of the old window AC unit groaning was making it impossible. I heard Lily go downstairs to get some water. A few minutes later, I heard the basement door creak open. That was weird. We never went down there, It was just a damp, unfinished space full of boxes and a weird, earthy smell we could never find the source of. I called out, "Lily? You okay?" No answer, just the hum of the fridge. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic thumping from downstairs. Not like footsteps, slower, heavier, like someone was pounding a fist against a support beam. Thump, thump, thump. I got up, my heart starting to beat a little faster. "Lily?" I called again, stepping out into the hallway. The house was dark, save for the dim glow of a nightlight in the bathroom. The thumping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was a thick, heavy silence, the kind that feels like it's pressing in on your eardrums. I walked slowly to the top of the stairs and looked down. The living room was dark, but I could see a sliver of light from the kitchen, and the basement door was standing wide open. A cold dread started to creep up my spine. I don't know why, but that open door felt like a threat. It felt wrong. I went down the stairs, my hand skimming the wall. The wood was cool under my fingertips. "Lily?" I said, my voice lower now, almost a whisper. I peered into the kitchen. Empty. A glass of water was sitting on the counter, half full. I turned towards the basement. The darkness down there was absolute. It wasn't just an absence of light, it was a substance, a black fog, and from within it I saw a flicker of red. It was a small glowing orb, about the size of a marble. It floated in the middle of the staircase, just hovering. It didn't cast any light on the steps around it. It was just a perfect, self-contained sphere of deep, blood-red light. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I'd seen it once before, a few weeks prior, drifting past my bedroom door. I'd convinced myself I was half asleep, dreaming, but here it was, undeniable. As I stared, the orb began to pulse, slowly like a heartbeat, and with each pulse the thumping sound started again from deep in the basement. Thump, thump, thump. It was in sync with the orb. My fight or flight kicked in, and flight won. I slammed the basement door shut and turned the old-fashioned skeleton key lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key to turn. As soon as the bolt slid home with a loud clunk, the thumping stopped. The house was silent again. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. That's when I heard Lily, a tiny, choked sob from upstairs. I took the steps, 2 at a time. Her bedroom door was closed. I knocked softly. "Lily, you in there?" Her voice was a terrified whisper from the other side of the wood. "I'm in the bathroom. The door's locked." I went to the bathroom door. It was locked from the inside. "It's okay, just unlock it." "I can't," she whimpered. I heard it. Downstairs. It was throwing things. My blood ran cold. Throwing things. What things? I don't know. It sounded like boxes, metal. It was so loud I ran in here and locked the door. It sounded so angry. I tried the knob again. It was definitely locked. "Okay, just stay there. I'm going to call the police." I called 911. My voice was embarrassingly shaky. I told the dispatcher my pregnant friend was locked in a bathroom because we heard noises in the basement. It sounded insane, even as I was saying it. I hung up and went back to the bathroom door, telling Lily it was going to be okay. The police were on their way, all the while feeling like a complete fraud because I just knew, they wouldn't find anything. The police showed up within 10 minutes. 2 officers, a man and a woman. They were professional, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes as I babbled about thumping sounds and a red light. They asked me to unlock the basement door. My hand was still trembling as I turned the key. The female officer went down first, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I stood at the top of the steps, my heart hammering against my ribs. I expected to see chaos, boxes strewn everywhere. But there was nothing. The basement was exactly as it always was. A little dusty, sure, but everything was in its place. The stack of moving boxes was neat and orderly. The old water heater sat in the corner, silent. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign that anything had been touched. The officer came back up, dusting off her hands. "Nothing down there, sir. It's all clear." The male officer managed to coax Lily out of the bathroom. She was pale, her face streaked with tears, her hands clutching her swollen belly. She looked so small and vulnerable. The officers gave us the usual spiel. "Old houses make noises. It's probably the pipes. Try to get some rest." They left, and the second the door closed behind them, the feeling of being watched returned, so intense it was like a physical pressure in the room. We didn't sleep. We sat together on the couch in the living room, all the lights on, not talking much. Lily kept her hand on her stomach, a protective gesture that was becoming constant. She finally spoke, her voice hollow. "It's her," she said. "Her who?" "The woman, the one in the old dress. I see her sometimes at the end of the hall. She just stands there and watches me." She looked at me, her eyes wide with a fear so profound it made my stomach clench. "She's waiting for them." A few weeks before, after the shadow figures had become a regular occurrence, Lily's mum had convinced her to see a psychic she knew. I'd mocked it at the time, but Lily had come back quiet and shaken. She said the psychic told her the spirits in the house, a young woman from another time, were drawn to her pregnancy. They were waiting for a chance to be reborn. I'd written it off as New Age nonsense. Sitting there in the dead of night, with the memory of that red orb burned into my vision, it didn't sound so crazy anymore. Around 3 a.m, the power went out. It wasn't a storm. The night was still and quiet. The lights just flickered once, twice, and then died with a soft sigh. The hum of the AC and the fridge stopped, plunging the house into a silence that was somehow louder than the noise had been. We were cast into near total darkness. The only light was a faint orange glow from the streetlights filtering through the blinds. "Oh God," Lily whispered. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam was a shaky, inadequate little cone in the overwhelming dark. "It's probably just the whole block," I said, trying to sound calm. "I'll check the breaker." The breaker box was in the basement. I didn't want to go down there. The thought of descending into that blackness made my legs feel like rubber. But I couldn't just sit there. I had to do something. "Stay here," I told Lily, handing her my phone. "Keep the light on. I'll be right back." I took a heavy flashlight from the kitchen drawer, my fingers slipping on the cool metal. Every step I took towards the basement door felt like a betrayal of my own survival instincts. I unlocked it, the click of the lock echoing in the silent house. The door swung inward, revealing the pitch-black maw of the staircase. The smell hit me first. That damp, earthy smell was stronger than ever, mixed with something new, something coppery and foul, like old blood. I shone the flashlight down the steps. The beam didn't penetrate far. The darkness seemed to swallow it whole. I started down, each step groaning under my weight. The air grew colder with every step, a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the temperature outside. Halfway down, my flashlight beam caught something, a figure standing at the bottom of the stairs. It was the woman. She was made of shadows, a silhouette so dark it was like a hole cut in the world. But I could see the details of her dress, an old-fashioned high-necked thing with a full skirt. And I could feel her eyes on me. There was no face, just a deeper darkness where a face should be, but I felt her gaze, and it was filled with a desperate, bottomless hunger. I couldn't move. I was frozen on the step, my breath puffing out in white clouds in the suddenly frigid air. The shadow woman didn't move either. She just stood there, a silent sentinel at the border of her domain. Then, from behind me, from upstairs, I heard Lily scream. It wasn't a scream of surprise. It was a raw, guttural shriek of pure agony. The spell was broken. I scrambled back up the stairs, my heart trying to burst out of my chest. I didn't look back, but I felt the cold recede as I fled, as if I was escaping a freezer. I burst into the living room. Lily was on the floor, curled on her side on the rug, clutching her stomach. Her face was contorted in pain, her knuckles white. "They're coming," she gasped, her voice tight. "It's too early. Something's wrong." The next few hours were a blur of panic and motion. I called Dan. I called an ambulance. The paramedics came, their uniforms and efficient movements a jarring contrast to the supernatural terror of the night. They loaded Lily onto a gurney. As they were carrying her out, her head lolled to the side, and she looked past me, back into the dark living room. Her eyes widened, and a single terrified tear traced a path down her cheek. I turned to look. Standing in the doorway to the hall was the Shadow Woman, and for a single heart-stopping second, she wasn't alone. Hovering beside her, at the level of her waist, were two small, dim, red orbs. Then the paramedic bumped the gurney through the front door, breaking my line of sight. And when I looked back, the hallway was empty. The babies were born that morning, dangerously early, but alive. They spent weeks in the NICU, tiny little things fighting for every breath. But they made it. Dan and Lily moved out of the townhouse as soon as Lily was discharged from the hospital. They found a little apartment across the river in Arlington. I helped them move. The last time I was in that house on L Street, it was just to grab the last of my things. The place was silent. The air was still and warm. Just a normal, empty house. There was no feeling of being watched, no cold spots, no flickers of movement. It was over. We never talked about it again, not really. What was there to say? The weirdness stopped the moment Lily went into labor. The Shadow Woman, the red orbs, the thumping in the basement, it all just vanished, but I still think about it. I look at the twins now, two healthy, happy 3-year-olds, and a part of me can't help but wonder, were those spirits just waiting? Did they get what they wanted, or did they just give up and move on? I'll never know. All I know for sure is that for one long, terrible night in a sweltering townhouse in Washington, D.C., something unseen was very, very real, and it was focused on my friend with a terrifying, single-minded purpose that I can feel in my bones even now, years later, a chill that never really went away. Story 14. It was supposed to be the best 2 weeks of the summer. My parents had rented this big beach house in the Outer Banks for the whole family. I remember pulling into the driveway after what felt like forever in the car, my 2 younger brothers already bickering in the back seat. The house looked fine. It was one of those tall, skinny places built on stilts, all weathered grey wood and big windows. But the second I stepped out of the car, the feeling hit me. It's hard to describe. It wasn't just quiet. It was a heavy kind of quiet, like the air itself was holding its breath. The house just sat there, looking out at the ocean, and it didn't feel welcoming. It felt like we were intruding. We'd been there a few days, and the nights were the worst. My brothers and I, we shared a room on the middle floor. It had 2 sets of bunk beds, so it was clearly meant for kids. The first night we just wrote off the noises, an old house, right? Settling the wind. But by the 3rd night we couldn't pretend anymore. It wasn't settling, it was scratching. A slow, deliberate scrape, scrape, scrape that seemed to move along the wall behind my head. Then there was the knocking, not a random pipe bang, but a soft, polite knock, 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 like someone was gently tapping on our bedroom door from the inside of the wall. We'd freeze, all 3 of us just listening in the dark, not even breathing, and the whispers. God, the whispers. They were the worst part of the nights. You could never make out words. It was just this low, sibilant hiss that seemed to come from the corner of the room, near the closet. It sounded like 2 people having a frantic, secret conversation just out of earshot. My youngest brother, Sam, he started sleeping with a pillow over his head. I didn't blame him. I started wearing earbuds, but I could still feel it, a vibration in the air more than a sound. The day it all came to a head started out normal. Sunny, hot. We spent the morning on the beach, but even that felt off. The water was freezing for July, and the seagulls were just silent, standing in a line way down the beach, all staring in our direction. We went back to the house for lunch, and the atmosphere inside was just thick. My mom was trying way too hard to be cheerful, and my dad was just quiet, staring out the window. That night, after our parents had gone to bed on the floor below us, the three of us were lying in our bunks wide awake. The scratching had started up again, this time from the ceiling. It was different, sharper, like fingernails. My middle brother Jake, who's usually the brave one, sat up in his bunk. "I can't take this anymore," he whispered, his voice tight. "We have to see what it is." The what part scared me. We'd all been thinking it, but saying what made it a thing, a real thing. The top floor of the house was basically one big room, a sort of loft with a pool table and a door that led out to a small, wraparound balcony. We'd barely been up there since we arrived. It always felt colder than the rest of the house. We crept up the stairs, the wooden steps groaning under our feet like they were complaining. The door at the top was closed. Jake reached for the knob, his hand shaking just a little. He pushed it open. The room was dark, lit only by the moonlight streaming through the big windows. The pool table was a hulking shape in the center of the room. Everything was still. We stood there for a second, huddled together, just listening. The house was silent. For the first time in days, it was completely, utterly silent. It was a trick. I knew it was a trick. Then we heard it. Tap, 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 tap. It was coming from near the sliding glass door that led to the balcony. It was a light, almost playful sound, like a kid tapping a coin on a window pane. Jake took a step forward. "Hello?" he said, his voice a dry croak. The tapping stopped. We stood there, frozen again, for what felt like an hour. The silence was heavier than before, pressing in on my eardrums. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. Then from outside, clear as a bell, we heard a boy giggle. It was a happy sound, a carefree, childish laugh, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever heard, because Sam, our little brother, was downstairs, asleep. We had checked on him before we came up. He was out cold, snoring softly. The giggle came again, closer this time, right on the other side of the sliding door. It was followed by a soft thump, like someone had pressed their body against the glass. We didn't wait, we didn't speak, we just ran. We practically fell down the stairs, our feet slipping on the steps, and barricaded ourselves in our bedroom, pushing a dresser in front of the door. We didn't sleep. We just sat on the bottom bunks, wrapped in our blankets, listening. The scratching and the whispers didn't come back that night. The house was quiet. It felt like it was waiting. The next morning, I was a wreck. I'd maybe dozed off for 20 minutes, my head jerking up at every little sound. At breakfast, no one talked about it. My mum made pancakes and the radio was on, playing some oldies station, and everyone was just going through the motions. I kept looking at my brothers. Jake had dark circles under his eyes, and Sam was just quietly pushing his food around his plate. They felt it too. The weird, heavy normalcy was worse than the fear from the night before. The day dragged on. I tried to read on the beach, but I couldn't concentrate. Every shout from other families down the shore made me jump. Every time a wave crashed, it sounded like that tapping. I felt exposed out there, like something was watching us from the house. I kept looking up at its windows. They just looked like black, empty eyes. That evening, I couldn't take being inside. The walls felt like they were closing in. I told my parents I was going to sit on the lower deck for a bit, get some air. The deck was on the ground level, underneath the main part of the house, open on 3 sides but shaded by the floor above. I pulled a worn-out patio chair over to the railing and just stared out at the ocean. The sun was starting to set, painting the sky in oranges and pinks. It should have been beautiful. It just felt like a lie. The wind picked up, a cold gust that smelled more of damp earth than salt. It rustled the sea oats in the dunes. That's when I saw her, down by the water's edge, Where the wet sand was dark and shiny, a woman was standing. She was far away, but I could see her clearly in the fading light. She was wearing a long white nightgown, the kind you see in old movies, and it was whipping around her legs in the wind, but it wasn't moving right. It was clinging to her, then billowing out, like it was caught in a different breeze than everything else. Her hair was long and dark, stringy, plastered to her head and shoulders, and she was pale, not just fair-skinned, but a sickly, bluish white, like something that had been in the water too long. She was just standing there, completely still, facing the house, facing me. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't look away. I told myself it was just someone from another house, some weirdo out for a walk. But nobody walks on the beach in a nightgown, and nobody stands that still. Then, as if she knew I was watching, her head tilted up. I couldn't see her face from that distance, not details, but I could see where her face should be, and her eyes. Her eyes were just black, two dark, empty holes in that pale, pale face. She was staring right at me. A coldness washed over me, a deep, bone-aching chill that had nothing to do with the wind. My fingers went numb where they were gripping the railing. I tried to call out, to scream for my parents, but my voice was gone. It was just a dry, clicking sound in the back of my throat. She didn't move. She didn't blink. She just stood there on the sand, a stark white figure against the darkening water, and she stared up at me with those black, empty eyes. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 10 minutes. Time just stopped. The only thing that existed was her and me, and that horrible, unwavering gaze. I felt like she was seeing right through me, into me, pulling something out of my chest. Then, without any warning, she was gone. Not like she turned and walked away. 1 second she was there, a solid figure on the beach, and the next second there was just empty sand. The space where she had been was vacant. The wind was just blowing over nothing. I stumbled back from the railing, my legs buckling, and I fell onto the wooden deck. I scrambled backwards on my hands and knees, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. I didn't stop until my back hit the wall of the house. I sat there, trembling, gasping for air, my eyes glued to the spot where she had been. There was nothing there, just the ocean and the dunes and the empty, darkening beach. I must have made a noise, because the sliding door above me opened and my dad stuck his head out. "You okay down there?" he called down. I couldn't speak. I just shook my head, a frantic, jerky motion. He came down the outside stairs, his face concerned. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I just pointed a trembling finger towards the beach. "There was a woman," I managed to choke out. He looked out at the empty shore, then back at me, his expression shifting from concern to a forced calm. "It's getting dark, kiddo. Your eyes can play tricks on you. Come on inside." He helped me up, my legs still wobbly, and led me into the house. The lights were on. It was warm. My mum was reading a book. It all looked so normal. But it wasn't. It was a shell. I looked at my brothers. Jake was watching me, and I saw the understanding in his eyes. He knew it wasn't a trick. I went straight to my parents' room. I didn't ask. I just told them. "We have to leave. Tonight. Right now." My mom started with the practicalities. "Honey, it's late. We've paid for the week. We can't just—" "I saw her," I said, and my voice was flat, final. The woman in white. On the beach. She was looking at me. The room went quiet. My dad looked at my mom, and something passed between them, a look I couldn't decipher. It wasn't skepticism. It was fear, a shared, unspoken fear. My dad let out a long, slow breath. "Start packing," he said quietly. We didn't talk, we just moved. We threw clothes into suitcases, not bothering to fold anything. My mom was in the kitchen shoving food from the fridge into a cooler. My dad was on the phone, his voice low, talking to the rental agency, making up some excuse about a family emergency. Nobody questioned it. Nobody said, "Are you sure?" We all just knew. Within an hour, we were in the car, pulling out of that driveway. I was in the back seat. pressed against the window, watching the house get smaller in the side mirror. It stood there, dark and silent against the night sky, and I had the overwhelming, certain feeling that it was glad we were gone, that it had never wanted us there in the first place. We drove through the night. Nobody slept. Nobody turned on the radio. The only sound was the hum of the tires on the asphalt. We never talked about it after that, not once. It's been years now. We'll talk about other vacations, other memories, but that trip to the Outer Banks is a black hole in our family history. If I ever bring it up, even just to ask Jake if he remembers the tapping, my mom will quickly change the subject. My dad will get a closed-off look on his face. It's like we all signed a silent agreement to pretend it never happened. But I remember. I remember the weight of that silence. I remember the feel of the wooden deck under my knees, and I remember, with a clarity that still wakes me up at night, the sight of that pale woman in her white nightgown, standing on the dark sand, staring up at me with eyes that weren't there. The house didn't want us, and she was there to make sure we knew it. Story 15. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because Tuesdays are usually slow, and I was on the day shift. The call came in around 10 in the morning. Dispatch was calm, but there was this edge to their voice that made me sit up straight. They said it was a possible suicide out in the rural part of the county, an abandoned barn off Old Mill Road. No details, just that a neighbor had called it in after noticing something off. My partner, Dave, he's been with me for years, and I geared up without much talk. We've done enough of these to know that suicide calls are tricky. You never know what you're walking into. The drive out there was quiet. It was one of those overcast days where the sky looks like it's made of dirty cotton, and the air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on everything. We took the ambulance, lights off since it wasn't a code 3, but I could feel the tension building the farther we got from town. Old Mill Road is mostly dirt and gravel, lined with trees that have seen better days, and the barn was at the end of a long, overgrown driveway. As we pulled up, I remember thinking how isolated it was. No houses nearby, just fields and woods, and this old red barn that looked like it was sagging under its own weight. We parked a good distance away, like we're trained to do in uncertain situations. Dave and I got out, and the first thing that hit me was the smell. It wasn't just the usual barn smell of hay and animals. It was something sharper, like rust and decay, mixed with this weird, sweet odor that made my stomach turn. The barn door was closed, but not all the way. There was a gap, maybe a foot wide, and from where I stood I could see shadows moving inside. My brain immediately went to rats or something, but then I noticed the door itself. It was old wood, splintered in places, and there was something tied to the handle, a piece of rope, but it didn't look right. It was taut, like it was holding something back. Dave was on the radio, calling in our arrival, and I took a step closer. My boots crunched on the gravel, and the sound seemed too loud in the silence. That's when I saw it. The rope wasn't just tied to the handle, it was connected to something inside, and my eyes followed it up to where it looped over a beam above the door. And then I saw the shotgun. It was propped against the door frame on the inside, barrel pointed straight out, and the rope was tied to the trigger, a booby trap. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt this cold wave wash over me. I've seen guns before, but this was different. This was set up to kill whoever opened that door. I froze for a second, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. Dave must have seen it too, because he grabbed my arm and pulled me back. "Holy shit," he whispered, and his face was pale. We both knew what this meant. The caller, the person who'd hung himself, had rigged this. He didn't just want to die. He wanted to take someone with him, or maybe he was sending a message. I don't know, but in that moment all I could think was that we were standing there, alive, and someone had planned this. We backed away slowly, keeping our eyes on the door. My hands were shaking, and I had to clench them into fists to steady them. Dave got on the radio again, this time his voice tight. He told dispatch what we'd found, and they said they'd send backup, including the sheriff's department. But we were out in the sticks and it would take time, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour, and we had a job to do. We're medics. If there was any chance the person was still alive, we had to check. But with that shotgun there, it felt like a death sentence. I remember looking at Dave and he nodded, like we were both thinking the same thing. We had to find another way in. The barn had a side door, but it was boarded up. Windows were too high, covered in grime. We circled around the back, and the ground was muddy from recent rain. My boots sank in, and I could feel the wet seeping through my socks. The back of the barn had a smaller door, but it was locked from the inside. I pressed my ear against it, listening, but all I heard was this faint creaking sound, like something swinging. That's when it hit me, the hanging. We hadn't even seen the body yet. But I knew it was in there. My stomach twisted, and I had to lean against the wall for a second. I've seen dead bodies before, car accidents, overdoses, natural causes. But suicides are different. There's this rawness to them, like you're seeing someone's last desperate act, and this one was set up to be a trap. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but the air was thick with that sweet, rotten smell. It was getting stronger, and I realized it was probably the body decomposing. We'd been told the call came from a neighbor who hadn't seen the guy in a couple of days, so he'd been there a while. Dave and I decided to wait for backup, but then we heard a noise from inside the barn, a soft thud, like something falling. My first thought was that maybe he wasn't dead, that he was moving around, but that didn't make sense with the booby trap, unless it was an animal or the body shifting. We couldn't risk it. We had to at least try to see inside without triggering the shotgun. We went back to the front, staying low. The gap in the door was still there, and I got down on my knees, peering through. It was dark inside, but enough light filtered in to see shapes, and then I saw him, hanging from the rafters, right in the middle of the barn. He was a big guy, dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt, and his head was tilted at an angle that made my own neck ache. His face was swollen, purplish, and his eyes were open, staring at nothing. The rope around his neck was thick, like something you'd use for tying down cargo, and it creaked as he swayed slightly. That was the sound I'd heard, but what got me was the setup. He'd tied the rope to a beam, and below him on the floor there was a chair knocked over, like he'd stood on it, kicked it away, and next to the chair there was a note. I couldn't read it from where I was, but I could see it was there, weighted down with a rock, and all around him the barn was empty except for some old hay bales and tools scattered around. But my eyes kept going back to that shotgun, pointed right at the door, ready to go off if anyone tried to come in. I felt this surge of anger mixed with fear. Why would someone do this? Make their death into a weapon? It wasn't just sad. It was malicious. I thought about the risks we face every day, the blood, the screams, the people who lash out. But this was calculated. This was someone who knew we'd come, and he wanted to hurt us. Dave was beside me, and he whispered, "We can't go in, not until they disarm it." But I couldn't look away from the body. There was something about the way he was hanging, so still, but the barn felt alive, like it was breathing with him. The creaking of the rope was rhythmic, almost hypnotic, and I found myself holding my breath, waiting for it to stop. Then something moved, not the body, but in the shadows behind him, a flicker, like a curtain shifting. My heart jumped, and I squinted, trying to see better. That's when I noticed the shotgun wasn't the only thing rigged. There was another rope, thinner, running from the door handle to something in the back. I hadn't seen it before because it was partly hidden by hay. It was tied to a pulley system, and if the door opened, it would pull the trigger and also release something else. I couldn't tell what. I stood up too fast, and my head spun. Dave grabbed my shoulder. "What is it?" he asked, his voice low. I pointed, but my hand was trembling. "There's more," I said. "Another trap." We both backed away again, And this time I felt pure dread. It was like walking through a minefield, and we didn't know where all the mines were. We decided to wait by the ambulance, but the waiting was worse. Every sound, the wind rustling the trees, a bird calling, made me jump. I kept picturing that door swinging open, the blast, the blood. I thought about my family, my kids, and how close I was to not coming home. Dave was quiet, his arms crossed, staring at the barn like it was a monster. We didn't talk much. There wasn't much to say. After what felt like forever, we heard sirens in the distance. The sheriff's department arrived first, 2 cars pulling up, and deputies got out. We briefed them quickly, and one of them, a guy named Deputy Miller, he's ex-military, he took charge. He looked at the door, saw the shotgun, and his face went grim. He called for a bomb squad, but they were an hour out. In the meantime, he had us move back even farther behind the vehicles. But then, something happened that I still can't explain. One of the deputies, a younger guy, he was nervous, and he went to check the side of the barn again. He must have tripped or something, because there was a loud crash, and then the barn door creaked, not opened but shifted, and that's when the shotgun went off. The sound was deafening, like a thunderclap right next to my ears. I dropped to the ground, covering my head, and I heard shouting. When I looked up, smoke was pouring out of the barn door, and the shotgun had fired, blowing a hole in the wood, but no one was hit. We were all far enough back. The deputy was okay, just shaken, but the door was now partly open, and we could see inside clearly. The body was still hanging there, swinging a bit more from the vibration, and the note on the floor had been blown aside, but I could see it was a single page with writing on it. Deputy Miller approached carefully, using a stick to nudge the door wider. That's when we saw the second part of the trap. The thinner rope I'd noticed was connected to a bunch of knives hanging from the ceiling, and if the door had opened all the way, they would have swung down. It was like something out of a horror movie, but it was real. Real knives. Real danger. Miller disarmed what was left, and we finally went in. The smell was overwhelming up close, that sweet, sickly odor of decomposition mixed with gunpowder. I had to put on a mask, but it didn't help much. We checked the body. He was cold, stiff, no pulse, obviously. He'd been dead for at least a day, maybe 2. The note was simple, just a few words. Sorry for the mess, had to make sure someone noticed. That line stuck with me, had to make sure someone noticed. Like his death wasn't enough. He needed to cause more pain to be seen. I felt a lump in my throat, and for a second I thought I might vomit. We secured the scene, did our job, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The rest of the day was a blur, paperwork, debriefing, driving back to the station. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that barn, the body, the shotgun. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times since then. What if we'd opened the door? What if one of us had been hit? The risks we face as medics, they're not just about saving lives, they're about walking into situations where someone might want to take yours. And that day, in that barn, I felt how thin the line is between doing your job and not going home. I still don't know why he did it, why he set it up like that. Maybe he was angry or lonely or just wanted to leave a mark. But it changed something in me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the silence before we arrive. And sometimes when I'm alone, I can still hear that creaking rope, and I see that door, and I know that some horrors don't fade, no matter how much time passes. Story 16. I got there in the late afternoon, maybe around 4 o'clock. The sun was still up, but it was that golden hour light that makes everything look kinda soft and peaceful. I parked my car at the trailhead and hiked in for about 30 minutes until I found a flat spot near a cluster of pine trees. The ground was covered in dry needles, and it smelled like dirt and sap, the kind of smell that always makes me feel grounded. I set up my tent, one of those 2-person dome things that's easy to pitch alone, and then I gathered some sticks to make a small fire pit. I didn't bother with a big fire because I only planned to be there overnight. and I didn't want to attract attention, even though I thought I was the only one around. As the sun started to dip below the trees, I cooked some canned beans on my portable stove and ate them straight out of the pot. It was getting cooler, so I put on a hoodie and just sat on a log, listening to the birds chirping as they settled down for the night. Everything felt normal, like one of those perfect, quiet evenings where you can almost hear your own thoughts. I remember thinking how lucky I was to have this time to myself. But that feeling didn't last long. Once it got fully dark, maybe around 8 o'clock, I zipped myself into my tent and got into my sleeping bag. I had a small battery-powered lantern that gave off a dim glow, enough to read by, but I was too tired and just lay there, staring at the tent ceiling. The woods were dead silent at first, no wind, no animals, just this heavy quiet that made my ears ring. I must have dozed off for a bit because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound. Not a loud one, but enough to make my heart skip a beat. It was a rustling noise, like leaves being shuffled through, and it was close, really close. I sat up slowly, trying not to make any noise myself, and held my breath. My first thought was that it was probably a deer or a raccoon, something harmless. I'd camped enough to know that animals come out at night, and they're usually just curious. But this sounded different. It wasn't the random scuffling of a small animal. It was more deliberate, like footsteps, not heavy but steady, and it was moving in a circle around my tent. I could hear it crunching on the pine needles, and every now and then there'd be a soft, splashing sound, like water being disturbed. That part confused me because there wasn't any water nearby that I knew of. I'd scouted the area when I set up camp, and the closest stream was at least a quarter-mile away. The rustling kept going, circling me, left to right, then back again. I could track it by sound, and it felt like whatever it was knew exactly where I was. My skin started to prickle with goosebumps, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my forehead. I remember clutching my sleeping bag tighter, my knuckles turning white. I tried to peer through the mesh window of my tent, but it was pitch black outside. No moon that night, just a blanket of stars that didn't help much. I couldn't see a thing, but I could hear everything. Then the splashing got louder. It wasn't constant. It had happened in bursts, like someone or something was dipping into water and then moving again. But that didn't make sense because, like I said, no water around. My mind started racing. Maybe it was a person messing with me. But why would anyone be out here in the middle of nowhere, splashing around, or an animal? But what animal makes splashing sounds without water? I thought about bears or coyotes, but they don't typically make wet noises like that. The more I listened, the more it sounded like it was coming from one spot now. Not just circling, but focused. And that's when I realized the sounds were shifting. They seemed to be originating from a specific direction off to the left of my tent, where the trees were thicker. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours, but it was probably only 20 or 30 minutes. The sounds didn't stop. If anything, they intensified. The rustling became more frantic, and the splashing sounded like it was right outside. Like if I unzipped the tent, I'd step into a puddle. But I knew the ground was dry. I'd felt it when I set up. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my breathing got shallow. I was too scared to move, too scared to even reach for my flashlight. What if I turned it on and saw something I didn't want to? What if it saw me? At one point, the circling started again. But this time it was faster, almost like whatever it was running around the tent. I could hear the splashing following the path, and it felt like it was taunting me. I started to shake, my teeth chattering, even though it wasn't that cold. I curled into a ball, pulling the sleeping bag over my head like a kid. But that didn't help. The sounds were still there, echoing in my ears. I remember thinking, this is it. I'm going to die out here alone, and no one will ever know what happened. It wasn't rational. But fear does that to you. It amplifies everything. Then, suddenly, the sounds stopped. Just like that. One moment, there was all this noise, rustling, splashing, circling, and the next dead silence. It was even quieter than before, if that's possible. The absence of sound was almost worse, because now I didn't know where it was or what it was doing. I stayed like that, huddled and terrified for what felt like forever. I must have drifted off again out of exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, light was filtering through the tent fabric. It was morning. I didn't move right away. I just lay there listening, but everything was quiet. Normal morning sounds, birds chirping, a slight breeze rustling the leaves, no splashing, no circling. My body ached from being tense all night, and my head throbbed from lack of sleep. Slowly, I unzipped the tent and crawled out, squinting in the bright sunlight. The air was cool and fresh, and everything looked peaceful. Too peaceful. I half expected to see footprints or something, but the ground around my tent was undisturbed, just like I'd left it. I packed up my stuff quickly, my hands still trembling. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. But as I was rolling up my tent, something caught my eye. Off to the left, where the sounds had seemed to come from, there was a patch of taller grass and bushes that I hadn't noticed the day before. Curiosity got the better of me, even though every instinct was telling me to run. I walked over, pushing through the grass, and that's when I saw it. An old, dry well. It was made of crumbling stone, maybe 3 feet across, and it was mostly overgrown with vines and weeds. The opening was partially covered by a rotting wooden lid that had cracked in the middle. I peered inside, and it was deep. I couldn't see the bottom, just darkness. But what made my blood run cold was the ground around it. It was damp, like something wet had been there recently, even though the rest of the area was dry. And there were marks in the mud, not footprints exactly, but indents that looked like something had been moving around it. I stood there for a minute, just staring, and it hit me. The splashing sounds I heard must have come from this well, but it was dry, bone dry as far as I could tell. So how could there be splashing? My mind raced back to the night, how the sounds circled me and seemed to emanate from here. Had something been in the well, climbing in and out, or was it just the wind playing tricks? But the splashing was too distinct, too real. I didn't stick around to find out. I grabbed my backpack and hiked back to my car as fast as I could, not looking back. The whole drive home, I kept replaying it in my head, and I've been doing that ever since. I never went back to that spot, and I don't think I ever will. To this day, I have no idea what was making those sounds, but I know it wasn't my imagination. Something was out there with me, and the thought of that well, dry and silent in the daylight, still gives me chills. Story 17. We were waiting for Mark. Mark was never late. He was the most punctual guy I knew, the kind of person who showed up 15 minutes early for everything. So when 5:15 rolled around, a low current of unease started to hum through the group. It wasn't just annoyance, it was a genuine concern. This wasn't like him. We tried his phone, but service was spotty out here at the best of times, and right now it just went straight to voicemail. I remember shifting my weight from foot to foot, the gravel crunching loudly under my boots in the quiet. The sounds of the woods around us were normal, the rustle of some small animal in the underbrush, the distant hoot of an owl. But they felt amplified, like the silence between them was a held breath. I kept looking down the access road, a single lane of cracked asphalt that disappeared into the blackness, hoping to see the sweep of headlights. Finally, at almost 5:45, his beat-up Jeep Cherokee came rattling down the road. He didn't pull into the space next to our cars neatly. He sort of lurched in, the tires bumping over the curbstone before he straightened out and killed the engine. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. He sat in the car for a good minute, just a dark shape behind the windshield. Then his door opened and he got out. He looked wrecked, not tired, but pale, genuinely shaken. His face was ashen under the beam of my headlamp, and his eyes had a wide, glassy look to them. He wasn't wearing his gloves, and I could see his hands were trembling. "Mark, man, you okay?" I asked. We were getting worried. He just shook his head, running a hand through his hair. He opened his mouth to speak, closed it, then tried again. His voice was thin, strained. "Sorry I'm late. Something happened on the way here." We all gathered around him a little closer. The air felt colder now. He leaned back against the hood of his Jeep, the metal groaning under his weight. "I was driving down that long stretch on Old Mill Road, you know the one? No streetlights for miles, then that one single light just past the creek bridge. We all knew it. It was a lonely, desolate piece of road, surrounded by dense woods on both sides. That light," he continued, his eyes fixed on some point in the distance, past our shoulders. It was flickering, not like a bulb about to die, but a real frantic, strobing flicker, on, off, really fast. It was messing with my eyes. He swallowed hard, and I could see his Adam's apple bob in his throat. And under it there was a woman. He said it so simply, but the way he said it made the back of my neck go cold. She was just standing there, right under the lamppost, on the shoulder of the road. She was wearing a light-colored dress, something long. It was hard to tell the color in that messed-up light. I remember thinking it was weird, you know. Who stands out there in the middle of nowhere at 4:30 in the morning? So I slowed down. I thought maybe her car had broken down or something. He paused, taking a shaky breath. The rest of us were silent, not even breathing hard. As I got closer, the flickering got worse, and I saw that she wasn't really solid. It wasn't like she was transparent, like in a cartoon. It was more like she was made of the light and the dark. When the light was on, she was there, clear as day. I could see the folds in her dress, the way her hair fell over her shoulders, and when the light went out, she was just gone. Not like she vanished into the shadows, but like she was never there at all. Then the light would flick back on, and she'd be back, in the exact same spot, the exact same pose. A collective shiver went through the group. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. I was probably going 20 miles an hour by the time I was almost level with her. My window was down a crack, and I remember the air coming in was freezing. And then she turned her head. She looked right at me. Mark's own eyes flicked to each of us, wide with a fresh terror. Her face, it was blank, not like no expression, but like unfinished, smudged, like a photograph that hadn't developed properly. There were no real features, just this pale, blurry oval where a face should be. And the flickering was so bad now, it was like a strobe light, on. And she's looking at me, off, and it's just an empty road, on, and she's still looking, off, on, and she was closer. He pushed himself off the hood, standing up straight, his body tense. I didn't see her move, I didn't see her take a step, but with every flicker she was closer to the road. She was edging out towards the center line. I slammed my foot on the gas. I didn't even think. I just floored it. In my rearview mirror, I saw the light flicker one last time, and she was just gone. The road was empty. He finished, and for a long moment, nobody said anything. The story was so bizarre, so specific in its weirdness, that it was hard to dismiss. This wasn't a story about a ghost in a castle. This was a story about a flickering streetlight on a road we all drove down. It felt too close to home. We ended up cancelling the climb. The mood was shot, and Mark was in no state to be scaling a rock face. We just stood around for a bit, making awkward conversation, the unspoken question hanging in the air. Had he just been tired? Had he imagined it? But the raw physical fear on his face was real. You can't fake that kind of tremor in your hands. We all went home. Life moved on. The club did other climbs. We joked about Mark's streetlight lady sometimes, but it was a nervous kind of joke, the kind you make about something that genuinely spooks you. Months passed. It was early spring now, the snow mostly gone, leaving behind a landscape of mud and bare branches. Then, one Tuesday evening, I was on the phone with my friend Alex. We weren't in the climbing club together, but we'd been friends since college. He lived on the other side of the county, and he'd been visiting his girlfriend that night. We were just shooting the breeze, talking about work, when he suddenly got quiet. Hey, you remember that story your friend told? About the woman under the streetlight? The line seemed to go dead for a second. My heart did a slow, heavy thud in my chest. Yeah, I said, my voice cautious. Why? I think I just saw her. The room suddenly felt much smaller. I sat down on the edge of my bed. What? Where? On Ridgeway Avenue, out past the old quarry. There's that one light, you know the one. It's always been a bit dodgy. I did know it. It was a different road, miles from Old Mill Road, but the description was the same. A long, dark road with a single isolated streetlight. I was driving back around 11, Alex said, his voice low and serious. He wasn't a dramatic guy. He was an engineer, pragmatic and level-headed. And this light was going crazy, flickering like a disco ball, and under it there was a woman in a light-colored dress. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. Man, I thought of your friend's story immediately, and I just thought, no way. I figured it was just a coincidence, some lady waiting for a ride. But I slowed down anyway, and then I saw it. When the light was on, she was there. When it went out, she wasn't. It was that simple, and she wasn't whole. She was like a shadow that had somehow learned how to stand up, a patch of dark in the night, but shaped like a person. You could see through her, but not to the trees behind her, just to more dark. He was describing a shadowy form, just like Mark had, but he was using different words from his own perspective. It wasn't a rehearsed story. It was a new, fresh terror. Did she look at you? I asked, my mouth dry. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Yeah, he whispered. She turned her head. There was no face, just a void, a shape that suggested a head turning, and this feeling of being watched from a place that had no eyes. I hit the gas so hard I probably left tire marks on the asphalt. I didn't look back. We stayed on the phone for another hour, but we weren't really talking anymore. We were just sitting in silence, listening to each other breathe, connected by this shared, impossible dread. Two of my friends, months apart in different locations, had seen the same thing. The same flickering light, the same woman, the same formless, shadowy presence that looked back at them. That was the true terror moment for me. It wasn't when Mark told his story. That was scary, but it was a one-off, a weird anecdote. This was a pattern. This was something that was real. The fear I felt listening to Alex wasn't the jump scare fear of a movie. It was a deep, chilling horror that seeped into my bones. This thing, whatever it was, existed. It was out there on dark roads under faulty lights, and it saw people. I got off the phone and just sat in the dark of my room. I thought about going for a drive right then, to one of those lights, to see for myself. But the fear was a physical weight on my chest, holding me down. What if I saw her? What would that do to me? What if I saw that blank, smudged face turn towards my car? I never did go looking. To this day, I avoid those long, dark stretches of road with single, lonely streetlights. If I see one flickering in the distance, I'll take a detour, even if it adds 20 minutes to my trip. The mystery was never resolved. We never found an explanation. There was no news story about a woman who died there, no urban legend we could trace it to. It was just this thing that happened, this shared experience of a presence that appears and disappears with the light, that sees you without having eyes. The most chilling part, the part that keeps me up some nights, isn't the way she looked. It's the fact that she's been seen in more than one place. It makes me wonder how many of those flickering lights she's under. It makes me wonder if she's not tied to a specific place, but to the flickering itself. And that means she could be anywhere. She could be on your road, under your light, waiting for the bulb to sputter and die for just a second so she can take a step closer to the road. To you. I don't know what she is. I don't know what she wants. All I know is that two people I trust told me the same story, and that the memory of their voices, shaky and full of a fear I'd never heard in them before, is enough to convince me that some things in the dark are real, and they see us just as clearly as we see them, if not more so. And that's a thought I just can't shake. Story 18. Okay, I'll post this here because I don't know where else to put it, and I need to get it out. I've never told anyone the whole thing, not like this, because saying it out loud makes it sound insane. But writing it down, maybe someone will get it. Maybe someone else has seen the same thing. It started last year, in the fall. I'd gone camping by myself for a couple of nights up in the Pine Barrens. I do that sometimes, just to get away from the noise. It was a Thursday, I remember, because I'd taken a Friday off work to make a long weekend of it. The first night was fine, quiet, a little cold, but the fire was good, and I just remember feeling really peaceful, you know, like I'd made the right decision to come out here. The second day, that's when it started. It was during the day, which for some reason made it worse later. I was gathering more firewood just off the main trail near my site. The sun was out, but it was filtered through all these tall, skinny pine trees, so the light was kind of broken and dim. I bent down to pick up a decent-looking branch, and when I stood back up, I saw it, about 50 feet away, between two trees, just standing there. A figure. It was tall and thin, and it was just dark. Not like a person wearing dark clothes. It was a solid black shape, like a hole cut out of the world. It had no face, no features at all, just this human-like outline that seemed to suck the light right out of the air around it. It was perfectly still. My first thought wasn't even fear, it was just confusion. My brain tried to make it into a stump or a weird shadow, but it was neither. It was a person-shaped void. I stood there frozen with my armful of sticks, just staring. It didn't move. We must have stayed like that for a full minute, me just looking at it, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then a bird chirped somewhere and the spell broke. I blinked and it was gone. Not like it ran away. It just wasn't there anymore. The space between the two trees was empty. I shook my head, laughed at myself a little. I figured I was just tired, or my eyes were playing tricks with the weird light. I told myself it was nothing, and went back to camp. I built up the fire, bigger than usual, and tried to forget about it. But the rest of the day, I felt watched. That heavy, prickly feeling on the back of your neck you can't shake. I kept scanning the tree line, half expecting to see that dark shape standing there again. I never did. Night fell, and that's when the real unease set in. The woods at night are never silent, but the sounds started to feel intentional. Every snap of a twig made me jump. I was sitting by the fire, trying to read a book by the light of my headlamp, but I couldn't focus. I kept looking up, peering into the darkness beyond my little circle of light. And then I saw it again. This time, it was closer, maybe 30 feet away, at the very edge where the firelight died. Same thing, just a tall, black, featureless silhouette, motionless. My heart just dropped into my stomach. This wasn't my eyes playing tricks. This was real. I stood up slowly, my book falling into the dirt. I didn't know what to do. Do you shout? Do you run? I was paralyzed. It didn't do anything. It just stood there watching me. I could feel it watching me, even though it had no eyes. The feeling was so heavy, so cold. I must have stood there for 10 minutes, just staring back at this thing. My legs were trembling. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I took a step backward, toward my tent. The moment I moved, it was gone, vanished. No sound, no movement. It was just there 1 second and not the next. I didn't sleep that night. I zipped myself into my tent and sat there with my back against the fabric, a knife in my hand, listening to every single sound. I was too scared to even use my flashlight, worried the beam might land on it right outside the tent flap. The night felt like it lasted a year. The only thing that got me through was the thought that I was leaving in the morning. I'd pack up at first light and get the hell out of there. Morning finally came, grey and damp. I packed my gear so fast I was practically throwing things into the car. I didn't see the figure again. The whole drive home I felt this immense relief. I was out. I was safe. It was over. I told myself it was a one-time thing, some weird stress-induced hallucination brought on by being alone in the woods. By the time I got home, I'd almost convinced myself. That sense of safety lasted for about a week. My bedroom is on the second floor. There's a big old oak tree outside the window, and sometimes its branches tap against the glass when it's windy. I'm used to that sound. This was different. I was in bed, half asleep, the kind of state where you're not sure what's a dream and what's real. I was on my side, facing the wall. I felt a presence in the room. You know that feeling, when you just know you're not alone. The air gets thicker. I tried to tell myself I was dreaming, to just keep my eyes shut and go back to sleep. Then I felt a touch on my hair. It was gentle, almost delicate. Fingers, or something like fingers, lightly brushing through the strands at the back of my head. It was so real, so physical. My whole body went rigid. I stopped breathing. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. I kept repeating in my head. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. Then it tugged, not hard but firm. A sharp, deliberate pull on a chunk of my hair that snapped my head back just a little. It wasn't painful, but it was unmistakable. It was a message. I am here. I can touch you. Before I could even process that, before I could scream or move, I heard the voice. It was a whisper, right next to my ear, so close I could feel the faintest disturbance of air. It was dry and raspy, like leaves skittering across pavement. It didn't sound male or female. It just sounded empty. And it whispered my name. Not a shout, not a call, a whisper, like a secret. That's when I broke. I screamed and scrambled out of bed so fast I tangled myself in the blankets and fell onto the floor. I was sobbing, scrambling backward on my hands and knees until my back hit the wall. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, my hands shaking so badly I knocked it over before I finally found the switch. Light flooded the room. It was empty. Of course it was empty. The door was still closed. The window was locked from the inside. There was no one there, but I could still feel the ghost of that tug on my hair. I could still hear that whisper echoing in my ear. The sound of my own name turned into something terrifying. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, knees pulled to my chest, just staring at my bed. That was the moment I realized it wasn't over. The thing from the woods hadn't been a one-time thing. It had followed me home. The next few months were a special kind of hell. I saw it everywhere, not every day, but often enough that I was always on edge. I'd see it standing at the end of the hallway in my house when I got up to get water in the middle of the night. Just a dark shape in the shadows, gone when I blinked. I'd catch a glimpse of it in the reflection of my computer screen at work, standing behind my chair. I'd turn around and nothing would be there. It was playing with me. It knew I could see it, and it knew it was driving me crazy. I stopped sleeping properly. I started leaving all the lights on in my apartment. I was jumpy, irritable. My friends asked me if I was okay, and I'd just make up some excuse about work stress. How could I tell them? Oh yeah, I'm being stalked by a shadow person that whispers my name. They'd have me committed. The worst part was the persistence. It was at the campsite, and now it was here, in my home. The one place that was supposed to be my sanctuary. There was no escape. It was like it had attached itself to me. And I was just waiting for the next time it would decide to interact, to remind me that it was real. That next time happened about 2 weeks after the hair-pulling incident. I was in my living room, trying to watch TV to distract myself. It was around 10 at night. I had every lamp in the room on. I was sitting on the couch, wrapped in a blanket. Even though I wasn't cold, it was more for a feeling of protection, I guess, a pathetic little shield. I felt the temperature drop. It was sudden, like someone had opened a freezer door, The air got cold and heavy. I knew immediately what it was. I paused the TV and just sat there, listening. The house was silent, too silent. The normal hum of the refrigerator was gone. It was like the sound had been sucked out of the room. I didn't want to, but I made myself look over the back of the couch toward the doorway that leads to the hall. It was there, in my house, in the doorway. It was closer than it had ever been before, only about 15 feet away, the same impossibly dark, tall, thin figure. The darkness of it seemed deeper in my well-lit living room, a stark, wrong contrast to the warm light from the lamps. It felt like an intrusion, a stain on my reality. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stared, my fingers clutching the blanket so tight my knuckles were white. This was it. This was the moment it was going to do something more. I was sure of it, and it just stood there. It felt like it was staring back at me, though it had no face to stare with. The cold radiating from it was palpable, raising goosebumps all over my arms. I could feel a pressure building in my head, a dull ache behind my eyes. We stayed like that, locked in this horrible, silent standoff. I was waiting for it to move, to come closer, to whisper again. I was trembling all over. Then the phone rang. The sound was so shockingly loud and normal in that dead silence that I screamed and jerked violently. It was my landline, an old cordless phone I keep on the coffee table. I looked away from the figure for a split second, my eyes darting toward the screaming phone. When I looked back, the doorway was empty. The phone kept ringing. The normal sounds of the house rushed back in, the fridge humming, the faint sound of a car outside. The cold was gone. The pressure in my head vanished. I didn't answer the phone. I just sat there on the couch, shaking, crying silently. It had been right there, in my home. It had come that close. And the phone call, that felt intentional too. Not a rescue, but another part of the game, a way to show me it could control the environment, that it could interrupt anything, any time. After that, the sightings became less frequent, but more personal. I wouldn't see it at a distance as much. I'd just get the feeling, the cold, and I'd know it was right behind me. I'd spin around and there would be nothing, but the feeling would linger for hours. I started sleeping on the couch because I couldn't bear to be in my bedroom, where it had touched me. I was a prisoner in my own life. I thought about moving, but what was the point? It had followed me from the woods. It would probably just follow me to a new apartment. I thought about telling a doctor, but the fear of being labeled insane, of being medicated and having my reality dismissed, was almost as strong as the fear of the figure itself. So I lived with it. I learned to function in a state of constant, low-grade terror. I went to work. I saw my friends, I did my grocery shopping, all while carrying this awful secret inside me. I became an expert at pretending everything was fine. But inside I was fraying. Every shadow in the corner of my eye made my heart leap. Every time the house settled, I froze. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the moment it would decide to do more than just watch and whisper. That moment hasn't come, not in the way I feared. It's been months since the last time I saw it clearly, but I still feel it sometimes, a sudden chill in a warm room, the feeling of being watched when I know I'm alone. Sometimes, right as I'm falling asleep, I'll jolt awake, convinced I felt fingers brush through my hair again. I don't have an explanation. I've looked online, read about sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations, but this started when I was wide awake in the woods. I've read about shadow people, and some of the descriptions fit, but it doesn't make it any better. Knowing it might have a name doesn't make it less real. All I know for sure is that I went camping, and I saw something I wasn't supposed to see, and it saw me back. It knew my name, it followed me home, and I have no idea what it is, what it wants, or if it will ever really leave me alone. I just have to live with the fact that it's out there, or in here, and that one day it might decide to do more than just tug my hair and whisper in the dark. Story 19. The living room itself is this cozy but kind of cramped space. It's got this old floral patterned couch that's seen better days, a coffee table with stacks of magazines, and a big window that looks out into the backyard. At night it gets real dark because there aren't any streetlights out there, just the moon if it's out. That night it was cloudy, so it was pitch black once we turned off the lights. The air was thick and humid, typical Texas summer, and you could hear the cicadas buzzing outside, along with the occasional creak of the house settling. It was around 11 o'clock when we finally called it a night. We'd been up late talking, catching up, and everyone was tired, so we crashed without much fuss. I remember dozing off pretty quickly, but I'm a light sleeper, so any little noise would wake me up. At first, it was just the usual sounds, the fridge humming in the kitchen, the AC kicking on and off, my brothers shifting in their sleep. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then, maybe an hour or two after we fell asleep, I started hearing this other sound. It was soft at first, like a faint wheezing, and I thought it was just one of my brothers snoring or something. I rolled over on the couch, trying to ignore it, but it didn't stop. Instead, it got louder, more distinct. It was heavy breathing, like someone was right there in the room, taking deep, labored breaths. I sat up slowly, my heart starting to pound. The room was still dark, but my eyes had adjusted enough to see the shapes of my brothers asleep. I listened harder, and yeah, it was definitely breathing, not like snoring, but like someone was struggling to breathe, like they had asthma or something. It sounded close, real close, like it was coming from the middle of the room. I felt this chill run down my spine, and I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. I whispered, "Hey, you guys hear that?" But no one answered. My older brother was dead asleep, and my younger one was out cold too. The breathing kept going, steady and heavy. It wasn't fast or panicked, just deep and rhythmic, like someone was just sitting there, breathing right next to us. I started to feel this knot in my stomach, this dread that something wasn't right. I reached over and shook my older brother's shoulder. He grumbled and woke up, and I put a finger to my lips, signaling him to be quiet. He sat up, and I could see his eyes widen in the dark as he heard it too. Then my younger brother stirred, and I motioned for him to stay still. We all just sat there, frozen, listening. The breathing was so clear now, like it was right in front of us. It didn't sound human, but it didn't sound like an animal either. It was just this heavy, wet-sounding breath, like someone with a cold or something. My older brother leaned in close to me and whispered, "What is that?" His voice was shaky, and I could feel his breath on my ear. I shook my head because I had no idea. We all looked at each other, and without saying anything, we kind of knew we had to be quiet, like if we made noise, whatever it was might notice us. Then, my older brother did something that still gives me the creeps thinking about it. He reached out and put his hand over my mouth, and I did the same to my younger brother, and we all just held our breath. I mean, we literally stopped breathing, trying to see if the sound would go away. But it didn't. The heavy breathing kept going, like it didn't care that we were there. It was so loud, filling the room, and I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. I was sweating, even though the room was cool from the AC, and my hands were trembling. I kept thinking, this isn't real, this can't be happening. But it was. We stayed like that for what felt like forever. But it was probably only a minute or two. The breathing didn't change. It was just this constant heavy sound, like someone was right there with us, breathing in and out. I remember staring into the darkness, trying to see if there was a shape or something, but there was nothing, just blackness and that sound. Then, all of a sudden, it stopped, just like that. One moment it was there, loud and clear, and the next, it was gone. Complete silence, except for the faint hum of the AC and our own ragged breaths as we started to breathe again. We all let go of each other and just sat there, stunned. My younger brother was shaking, and I could hear him swallowing hard, like he was trying not to cry. My older brother whispered, "What the hell was that?" But none of us had an answer. The room felt different now, colder, and I had this uneasy feeling in my gut, like something bad was about to happen. We didn't say much after that, just kind of huddled together, too scared to go back to sleep. I kept glancing around the room, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing. A few minutes later, the phone rang. It was this old landline phone my mum has in the kitchen, and it rings really loud, especially in the middle of the night. The sound made us all jump, and my heart started racing again. We heard my mum's footsteps as she got up to answer it. She picked up the phone, and we could hear her voice, but it was muffled from the other room. Then, after a moment, she started crying. Not like a soft cry, but this deep, sobbing sound that made my blood run cold. We all looked at each other and, without a word, we got up and went to the kitchen. Mom was standing there, holding the phone, tears streaming down her face. She hung up and turned to us, her voice trembling as she said, "That was your uncle, your aunt. She passed away." She didn't have to say more. We all knew who she meant. My aunt, my mom's sister, had been sick for a while with cancer, but it was still a shock. She lived a few hours away, and we hadn't seen her in months. As soon as Mum said that, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The breathing we heard, it was right around the time she must have died. I don't know how I knew, but I just did. It felt like she was there with us, in that room, saying goodbye or something. My older brother must have thought the same thing because he looked at me with this wide-eyed expression, and I could see the fear in his eyes. We didn't talk about it right then, but later when we were alone, we all admitted that we felt it too. The rest of that night was a blur. We stayed up with Mom trying to comfort her, but I couldn't shake the feeling of that breathing. It was like it was etched into my brain. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear it again. I kept thinking about how real it felt, how it wasn't just some noise, it was presence, something in the room with us, and the timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. My aunt died around the same time we heard it, according to what my uncle said on the phone. I've always been a skeptic about this kind of stuff, but that night changed me. It wasn't like in the movies, with ghosts or shadows. It was just this sound, this heavy breathing, and then the news. It felt so personal, like a message. I think about it a lot, especially when I'm alone at night. How thin the line is between life and death, and how sometimes maybe people reach out one last time. I don't have any explanations, and I don't try to find any. It just happened, and it left me spooked, to be honest. Even now, when I visit my mom, I get nervous sleeping in that living room. I keep expecting to hear it again, but I never have, and that's the thing. It was just that one night, that one moment, and then it was over, but it stuck with me, and I doubt I'll ever forget it. Story 20. It was supposed to be the perfect end to a weird summer. My dad, my little sister, and I had driven out to the middle of nowhere in Nevada to visit some cousins we hadn't seen in years. They lived in this big, fancy wooden cabin that felt totally out of place, like someone had airlifted a ski lodge into the middle of a dense, dry forest. The air always smelled like pine and dust. It was the kind of quiet that wasn't peaceful, but heavy, like the trees were holding their breath. The whole trip had been a little off, you know, not in a big way, just small things. The way the shadows seemed to move just a second after you looked at them. The way the local kids, our cousins' neighbors from the nearby reservation, would stop talking and just watch us when we walked by. They weren't unfriendly, just still. Their eyes were old. My dad, who's usually a big joker, got quiet too, the deeper we got into the woods. He'd just stare out the window of the cabin for long stretches, not saying a word. This was our last night. We'd packed most of our stuff already. The rental car was loaded up for an early start. To kill time, we were all playing cards around this massive oak table in the living room. The room was lit by these warm yellow lamps that made everything feel cozy and safe. But outside the big picture windows, it was just a wall of pure black. You couldn't see a thing. The game went on for hours. There was a lot of laughing. My sister was winning for once, and she was being a totally obnoxious winner, which was funny. But I started to feel a weird pressure in my head, a dull ache building behind my eyes. I needed a minute alone, just to breathe some air that wasn't full of card game tension and wood smoke. I stood up and said I was going to clear the deck off the back porch. The cards were a mess, scattered across the small wicker table out there from an earlier game. No one really paid me any mind. My dad just grunted, focused on his terrible hand. I slid the heavy glass door open and stepped out onto the back porch. The temperature drop was instant. It was a cold that seeped right through my hoodie, a deep, damp chill that belonged to 2 in the morning in the mountains. The wood of the porch felt gritty under my bare feet. I remember thinking I should have put my shoes on. The only light came from a single bare bulb screwed into the porch ceiling, casting a weak yellow puddle that ended abruptly at the top step. Beyond that, the forest was a solid mass of darkness. It was so quiet, not a normal quiet, but a dead quiet. No crickets, no wind rustling the leaves, nothing. It was like someone had put the world on mute. I bent down to gather the playing cards from the low table. They were cool and slightly damp from the night air. I was shuffling them into a messy stack, my mind already drifting to the long drive home tomorrow, when I heard it, a whistle. It was faint, but clear. It came from the tree line, maybe 30-40 feet away, and it wasn't just any whistle, it was his whistle, my dad's whistle. This wasn't a random tune, this was a specific 2-note signal he's used my entire life. He'd do it when it was time to leave the playground. He'd do it from the backyard to call us in for dinner. It was a sound so deeply woven into the fabric of my childhood that it was basically a part of my DNA. A short, rising note, followed by a longer falling one. It was a sound that meant safety. It meant, come home. My head snapped up. Dad? I said, my voice barely a whisper. Nothing, just that oppressive, waiting silence. I squinted, trying to pierce the darkness beyond the weak porch light. I couldn't see anything but the vague, skeletal shapes of the first line of pine trees. It must have been my imagination, I thought. An echo from inside the house, maybe. My ears playing tricks. I bent down again, my fingers fumbling with the cards. It came again. The exact same 2 notes, a little louder this time, a little clearer. It didn't echo. It was a sharp, precise sound that cut through the dead air and went straight into my brain. This time a cold knot tightened in my stomach. That was him. It had to be. Maybe he'd come out the front door and walked around the side of the house for some reason. Maybe he'd seen a bear or something and was trying to get my attention quietly. It made a weird, logical sense. I stood up slowly, the cards forgotten in my hand. Dad? I called out, a little louder this time. You out here? No answer. No crunch of footsteps on the forest floor, no rustle of clothing, just the sound of my own heartbeat starting to thump in my ears. Then it whistled a 3rd time. This was different. It wasn't just a repetition. It was the same 2-note pattern, but this time it was impatient. The first note was sharper. The second note held a fraction of a second too long, like a question, a demand. Why aren't you coming? And that's when the fear really hit me. It wasn't a jolt. It was a slow, cold wave that started at the base of my spine and crawled upwards, tightening the skin on my scalp. Because I knew, with a certainty that felt like a physical blow, that it wasn't my dad. My dad was inside. I had just left him there, grumbling over his cards. The glass door was still shut, the warm light from the living room a separate world. If he had come outside, I would have heard the door. I would have seen the light change. This thing, whatever it was out in the dark, and it knew a sound that nothing outside of our immediate family should have ever known. It knew the secret code my dad used to call his kids home. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I was frozen there on the porch, my feet glued to the gritty wood, staring into that wall of black. My mind was racing, scrambling for an explanation. A bird? No bird sounded like that. The wind, there was no wind, a trick of the trees, don't be stupid. And then, like a ghost from a conversation I'd overheard days earlier, the memory surfaced. My older cousin, pointing out towards the woods, telling us in a low, respectful voice to stick to the main paths. He'd mentioned the local stories, the things the elders talked about. He'd said a single word almost under his breath, skinwalkers. He didn't explain it, didn't go into details. He just said they were mimics, that they could sound like anything, a crying baby, a lost friend, a voice you loved. They use what you care about to draw you out. The whistle came again. This time it was closer, much closer. It wasn't from the tree line anymore. It was from the edge of the porch light, just beyond the bottom step. The sound was clear and crisp, and it was laced with something new, a subtle, mocking tone. It was the same whistle, but now it felt like a performance, like it was enjoying this. I could feel the blood drain from my face. My hands were trembling so hard the playing cards started to slip from my fingers, fluttering down to the porch in a silent, colourful rain. I didn't care. Every muscle in my body was screaming at me to run, but a deeper, more primal instinct was screaming louder. Don't move. Don't let it know you're scared. Don't let it know you see it. But I didn't see it. That was the worst part. I was staring right at where the sound had come from, at that perfect boundary between the puddle of light and the consuming dark, and there was nothing there. No shape, no shadow, no movement, just empty space from which that intimately personal, deeply wrong whistle had just emanated. I could hear the faint, muffled sounds of my family laughing from inside the cabin. It sounded 1,000,000 miles away. In here was safety, warmth, light, and people. Out here, on this square of wood, I was in a different world. A world that knew my father's whistle. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful rhythm. I could feel the cold sweat beading on my forehead and the small of my back. The urge to turn and run for the door was almost overwhelming. But what if it was right behind me? What if the moment I turned my back it was there? What if running was exactly what it wanted? So I did the only thing I could think to do. I didn't run. I didn't look away. I took a single, slow step backward. The old wood of the porch creaked under my weight, and the sound was obscenely loud in the silence. The whistle came instantly. It wasn't from the steps this time. It was from my left, from the deep shadows along the side of the cabin. It was softer now, almost a whisper of a sound, but it was dripping with malice. It was the sound of a secret being shared, a taunt. It knew I was afraid. It knew I was trapped. And it was playing with me. That did it. The spell broke. I didn't think anymore. I spun around, my bare feet slapping against the wood, and I lunged for the glass door. My hands fumbled for the handle, my fingers slick with sweat, slipping off the cold metal. For one terrifying second, I thought it was locked. I almost screamed. Then the handle turned. I yanked the door open and stumbled through, falling into the bright, warm living room. I slammed the door shut behind me so hard the whole wall shook. The laughter in the room died instantly. Everyone was staring at me. I was panting, my chest heaving. I must have looked insane. Wide-eyed, pale, breathing like I'd just run a marathon. "Whoa, you okay?" my dad asked, his brow furrowed in concern. My little sister just giggled. "Did you see a spider?" I stood there, my back pressed against the cool glass of the door, feeling the vibrations of my own frantic heartbeat. I looked at their faces, my dad's confusion, my sister's amusement, my cousin's curious stares. How could I possibly explain it? How could I tell them that something in the woods, something that wasn't human, had just used the most comforting sound of my childhood to try and lure me out into the dark? The words wouldn't come. They felt stupid and crazy in my head. I heard a whistle. It sounded so pathetic. "Yeah," I managed to choke out, my voice rough. "Yeah, just thought I saw something, a raccoon or something. It startled me." I forced a shaky smile. The concern on my dad's face melted into a gentle smirk. "City kid," he said, shaking his head and turning back to his cards. The conversation slowly started back up, the moment of alarm forgotten, but I didn't move from the door. I stood there for a long time, just staring out through the glass. I couldn't see anything now but my own pale, frightened reflection superimposed over the blackness. My mind was reeling. The intimacy of it was what sickened me the most. It hadn't just made a noise. It hadn't just growled or screamed. It had reached into my life, into my most private memories, and pulled out a tool designed specifically for me. It knew that whistle would make me turn my head. It knew it would make me step forward. It knew it was a sound I trusted implicitly. I thought about the local kids with their old eyes. I thought about my cousin's quiet warning. This wasn't just a story to them. It was a fact of life out here, a piece of the landscape as real as the trees and the mountains. Something lived in these woods that knew things it shouldn't. Something that wore sounds like a mask. We left the next morning at dawn. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear that two-note whistle in my mind, clear as day, and I'd jerk awake, my heart pounding. I spent the whole drive home staring out the window, not really seeing the desert landscape rolling by. I was just seeing that line between the light and the dark, and hearing that sound. It's been months now. I'm back in my apartment in the city, surrounded by traffic noise and streetlights. Life is normal. But sometimes, when it's very late and very quiet, I'll hear a distant siren or a neighbor's faint music, and for a split second, my brain will try to shape it into those two notes. My breath will catch, my heart will skip a beat, and I'll feel that same cold knot in my stomach, the same primal fear. Because I know it wasn't just a trick of the wind. Something out there in the deep, dark woods of Nevada learned my dad's whistle, and I have no idea how or why, or if it's still using it. Story 21. I was in 8th grade, and it was a Tuesday in early October. I remember that because the leaves were just starting to turn, and there was this chill in the air that made you wish you'd worn a heavier jacket. School let out at 3 o'clock, and like most days, I was walking home alone. My house was only about a mile away, down a quiet suburban street, with big old trees and houses set back from the road. It wasn't a bad neighborhood. In fact, it was the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked during the day. But that day, everything felt different from the moment I stepped onto the sidewalk. I had my backpack slung over one shoulder, heavy with textbooks, and I was thinking about homework and what I might snack on when I got home. The walk usually took me about 20 minutes, and I'd done it 100 times before without a second thought. But about 5 minutes in, I started feeling weird. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint at first, just a nagging sense that something was off. Then the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I've heard people say that in movies, but I never really understood it until then. It was like a physical jolt, this prickling sensation that made me shiver, even though I wasn't cold. I slowed down a bit, glancing around, but there was no one else on the street, just me, the rustling leaves, and the distant hum of a lawnmower somewhere. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was being paranoid, but the feeling didn't go away. Instead, it got stronger, like someone was staring at me from behind. I remember clutching the strap of my backpack tighter and picking up my pace. My heart was starting to beat a little faster, and I could feel this knot forming in my stomach. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was nothing there, just empty sidewalk and the occasional car driving past in the other direction. Then I heard it. The slow, steady sound of a car engine behind me, moving way too slow for a residential street. I didn't want to turn around, but I had to. When I did, I saw a red sedan, kind of old and boxy, like something from the 90s. It was creeping along the curb, maybe 10 feet behind me. The windows were rolled down, and there were 2 men inside. The driver was a white guy, probably in his 40s, with thinning hair and a bored expression. But it was the passenger who caught my eye. A Hispanic guy in his late 20s with sharp features and intense eyes that were fixed on me. He was leaning out the window slightly, and I could see his hands resting on the doorframe. My first instinct was to run, but I froze for a second, just staring. Then the passenger spoke, his voice low but clear. "Hey, how old are you?" he asked. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt tight, and all I could do was shake my head and start walking faster. But the car kept pace with me, engine purring softly. I remember the sound of the tires on the pavement, this gritty crunch that seemed way too loud. My palms were sweating, and I wiped them on my jeans without thinking. Then he said it again, louder this time. "I asked you a question. How old are you?" I still didn't reply. I just kept my eyes forward, focusing on the next house down the street, trying to calculate how long it would take me to get there. But then his tone changed. It went from curious to demanding. "Look at me," he said, and there was this coldness in his voice that made my blood run cold. "Look at me and I'll tell you how old you are." That's when the real fear set in. It wasn't just a creepy feeling anymore. It was a visceral, gut-wrenching terror. I could feel my legs trembling, and my breath started coming in short, shallow gasps. I forced myself not to look at him, but I could see him out of the corner of my eye. He was staring right at me, and his expression was blank, like he was examining an object. The driver hadn't said a word, just kept the car moving slowly, and that made it even worse. It felt coordinated, like they'd done this before. I picked up my pace to almost a jog, but the car sped up just enough to stay with me. We were passing a row of houses with fenced-in yards, and I remember thinking about darting into someone's driveway, but I was too scared to make a move. What if they followed me? What if no one was home? My mind was racing, but my body felt heavy, like I was moving through mud. Then the passenger raised his voice. "Get in the car!" he shouted. And it wasn't a request, it was a command. His voice was harsh, grating, and it echoed in the quiet street. I shook my head, muttering no under my breath, but I don't think he heard me. He screamed it again. "Get in the car now!" And that's when I heard the click of the door handle. The sound was so sharp and final, like a gunshot. I didn't wait to see if the door was opening, I just ran. I dropped my backpack. I don't even remember letting go, but it must have slipped off my shoulder, and I took off as fast as I could. My feet pounded against the pavement, and I could hear the car engine revving behind me. I didn't look back. I couldn't. All I could think was, if I look back, they'll catch me. The run home was a blur of sheer panic. My lungs burned and my side ached with a stitch, but I didn't stop. I could hear the car speeding up, tires screeching as it pulled away from the curb, but I didn't turn to see if it was following me. I just focused on the familiar landmarks. Mrs. Gable's house with the pink shutters, the big oak tree on the corner, the stop sign where I always crossed. Every second felt like an eternity, and I kept expecting to feel a hand grab me from behind. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard I thought it might burst, and tears were streaming down my face, but I didn't make a sound. I was too scared to scream. When I finally reached my house, I scrambled up the driveway, my keys jangling in my shaking hands. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slippery with sweat, and when the door swung open, I practically fell inside. I slammed it shut and leaned against it, gasping for air. My whole body was trembling, and I slid down to the floor, hugging my knees to my chest. I could still hear the echo of that man's voice in my head, and the image of his cold, staring eyes was burned into my mind. After a few minutes, I managed to get up and peer out the window, but the street was empty. No red sedan, no men. It was like they'd vanished, but the fear didn't go away. It settled deep inside me, a constant gnawing dread. I went to find my mom, who was in the kitchen making dinner. She took one look at me, pale, shaking, tears drying on my face, and asked what was wrong. I tried to explain, but the words came out in a jumble. I told her about the car, the men, the demands, the running. She listened, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. She said things like, "Are you sure it wasn't just someone asking for directions? Or maybe you misunderstood." She didn't fully believe me, and that hurt almost as much as the fear itself. But the next day, she started driving me to school. She never said anything about it, just that it was easier that way, and I was grateful because I didn't think I could ever walk that route again. For weeks, I'd have nightmares about that red sedan and those men. I'd wake up sweating, my heart racing, and I'd check the window to make sure no one was there. Even now, years later, I get anxious when I see a red car or when someone walks too close behind me. I'm forever cautious, always aware of my surroundings in a way I never was before. I never found out who those men were or what they wanted. The police were never called because my mum thought it was just a misunderstanding. But I know what I felt, and I know how close I came to something terrible. That day changed me, and I'll never forget the sheer raw terror of realizing I was being targeted, and that if I hadn't run when I did, I might not be here to tell this story.